Good morning. My first meeting as deputy mayor this time round. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:30.
You lost your mind.
That's your button, Jim. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Jasper National Park and the municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as Métis Nation 4. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the Deneza, Nehewak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, and Stoney Nakoda and Métis. The municipality of Jasper acknowledges the land in these territories to honor the relationship Indigenous peoples have with this land, to remind us of our responsibility and obligations to this place and to Indigenous peoples, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of colonization that continue to affect Indigenous peoples. It is exceptionally fitting, given all that's happening in the province, that this week is Emergency Preparedness Week. This year's theme is Be Prepared, Know Your Risks. The intent of the theme is to encourage Canadians to understand the risks in their area and consider what actions they can take to protect themselves and their families. I would like to take this opportunity to express appreciation and admiration for the members of administration and the volunteers who assisted them, who have significantly contributed to ensuring the safety and well-being of our neighbors. The Jasper Fire Department, who sent its structural protection unit and 4 members to assist with the wildfires in Yellowhead County and Parkland County, those who opened the ECC, and those who worked tirelessly throughout the weekend ensuring the needs of our neighbors to the east were met in a warm and professional manner. Our reception center, located at the Jasper Activity Center, provided evacuees needing assistance and continued provided them with evacuee registration, information updates, food and water, washrooms and showers, device charging, Wi-Fi, and emergency overnight accommodation. The reception center hosted guests overnight and registered just over 600 evacuees. I couldn't be prouder. And finally, I feel I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge it's also National Nursing Week. The pandemic brought to light the courage and commitment that nurses demonstrate every day and showcase the important role that nurses play in our community and every community. So with that, we move then to additions to the agenda. Councillors, are there any additions to the agenda as such? If not, is there a councillor who would approve the agenda? Councillor Demoda, all those in favor? Is there any business arising from the Committee of the Whole minutes that were approved on May 2nd, 2023? So then we move on then to delegations. I believe we have a number of people who would like to speak. And the first, I understand I spoke in advance to Mike Casio, who said we would like to speak, and I believe that you would like to speak as well. So you're at the front. Step up, yeah.
I have an addition here to give it to the council. How does that? Sorry. Just one copy for everybody. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thanks.
For your time. First of all, so I'm here to ask, was originally asking for one variance, but it turns out we're going to need 3 variances for our particular patio design. I've left you with a couple of sheets here just to help understand the problems at hand or the variances I'm asking for and why. And a letter sort of writing them out so that you can debate these on your own time. But basically the first one is that we're under the impression after much debate and a lot of design of the spaces that were provided in the application, which we're all grateful for. But we came to the understanding that being able to use that limited space of one parking stall is very difficult. And I think it stands to reason that nobody else has applied for parking stall permits, probably because of some of the issues in that and the inflexibility. So when I applied and was told what the issues were, I approached Mr. Given and he said that this was the best way to move forward and ask you for variances. So the first variance is we would like a nominal 18 inches of extra space, and there is a very strict provision that we cannot use both street and sidewalk spacing for any reason. I don't know what that reason is. I imagine it's just to limit how big a space people have, but I am arguing that without that, we would be down to 1 row of tables, probably the maximum of 6-person tables, and it just doesn't become economically viable to either construct or to run with those limited tables. We determined that with an extra 18 inches of space, we could make those tables smaller, which is very good for shoulder seasons and for all-around use. We could use 4-person tables in 2 rows, and that was the best design we could come up with. Keep in mind, all this was very expensive. It continues to be expensive, and I will put a footnote in that after the fire last year, none of us are doing any better than we were previous. So I do not think this was the year to change the patios, but here we are, and we are struggling and trying our best. And so that is the first and foremost thing that we require. The second is we found out very late in the week that there's an ordinance in the application that says that no stall shall impede or go beyond the building line of the proposed applicant. So in our case, obviously we are using this space connectedly or in cooperation, as we have successfully for the past 3 years. And there are no objections from any of the stakeholders or tenants in the area as to doing that. But on the second or third page, you'll see that there is a highlighted of 2 stalls, which at this moment are not legal or would not be approved. We don't understand the reasoning for that, and we would like a variance to allow for that, so long as there are no objections from the stakeholders in the area, and to allow the maximum. So right now, North Face and Wafalato are very limited in how much space they can use because of their business frontage, but there is ample space down the block from my side of the building. So I would like to allow them that egress. It's okay with the landlord and the other tenants there. And as well on the other side, they have no issue with the other businesses there. Everybody is in favor of this and would like us to maintain as much of that space as possible. Sorry, I should have asked, did anybody have any questions about the first point and or the second point now? No, if not, okay. And then the last point here is on the last page are the patio umbrellas. So very strict sort of design application of what is available and allowed for shade and covering outside. Again, after 3 years, I've been here many times before arguing that we need more shelter options outside and better shelter options than just umbrellas. The umbrellas, which I will remind all of the council, did injure people last year. I'm surprised we don't have a lawsuit to have dealt with, but 2 umbrellas last year and 1 the year before flew off the brew pub patio into my customers. You know, we've cited those dangers. These are much sturdier, much better, and allow for much larger area of shade and coverage. They can be secured better, and they are unfortunately 19 centimeters too tall for the application and go beyond the design specification of being a central poled umbrella. So that's the third variance we're asking for, is to use something like this, which I think is aesthetically beautiful, and usable, functional in the end. So that is it. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Wilson.
My question is just regarding the first variance request. The sidewalk, remaining sidewalk, I think it's suggested it's still 3.6 meters in width, and
So the narrowest point there you can see between the Waffalato business and the edge of the sidewalk is 3.6 meters. That's the narrowest point. I mean, I think all the council and mayor is familiar with how wide that area is. Actually, in our section, we had double width last year in 2 sets of tables. So there's plenty of egress there. Yes, and this 18 inches represents the minimum we got it down to. Like we did our best and due diligence to figure out how little space we could use, because we didn't want to come here and ask for excessive amounts.
yeah. So, and I guess Mr. Given, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the minimum sidewalk was to be 2.4.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, to Councillor Wilson's question. No, the 2.4 is for when an applicant is proposing to have sidewalk seating adjacent to the side of their business, so on the sidewalk. So the sort of more traditional prior to patios, if you want to put out some tables next to your business, how much space you have to leave is 2.44. If you're proposing to use parking either for a walk around or for seating, then the 2.44 is actually not a part of that provision. The standard is pretty clear. It's either you use the sidewalk for your seating and have people walk around, or you have people sit in the parking lot. The 2.44 only comes into play when it is that more traditional type of sidewalk seating where people put seats out and there is no other walk around.
Yeah, no, I understood that. Just the fact that it was 2.4 minimum, you know, they're still in this application. I know they're still asking for a variance, but the 2.44 is still achievable, and that's what I just wanted to. So the 2.44 was accessibility and wheelchairs passing and that type of thing. And so the task force kind of set that out as I understand that there still is a variance to be asked for, but I just wanted to clarify that 2.44 is like the clear passageway is still achievable in their proposed budget.
I think so. Administration would be happy to speak to the variances. Really, and I guess this is sort of the first time that we've done this, and it's maybe useful to speak to potential process. My suggestion: this is a bit like a hearing. We want to, and as administration, we certainly want to facilitate people getting their opportunity to speak to council. My suggestion would be that council, as kind of the court in this situation, ask the applicant any questions that you might have. Administration then can present administration's view of the issue, and then it's up to council to decide. And certainly, if you need questions of clarification of either administration or the applicant, then by all means, I think that council, want to give the applicant a chance to rebut, any of the positions that administration might put forward. I think that'd be fair. But I would suggest that you may want to follow that process so that you can hear sort of both sides of both perspectives on the application of proposed variances. Because certainly administration will has a role to play in interpreting and applying the rules that council has set in place. And then it's up to council to decide if those rules are worth varying or not. And we're happy to come there. And I think in terms of process, hearing and from the applicant, asking questions of the applicant, hearing from administration, asking questions of administration, and then council debating.
Councillor Demota, and then there are,
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And thank you very much, Mr. Correspondence, for the information that you brought forward in the requests. I think before I go forward with any, just for a little bit more clarity on my side, through you, the Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Gibbon. Given the parameters that the municipality has to operate within the confines of Parks Canada's rules and regulations, how much of these 3 requests do we actually have authority to oversee?
Mayor Waxer for Councillor Demota. I'm going to refer that to Director Nadon. Some of the terms are in our discretionary use permit that was approved by Parks Canada. Some of them are not. And so I'll pass it over to Director Nadon to clarify sort of which ones are which. And again, this is something administration can go through. We are prepared to speak to the request and why administration. And to be clear, administration, working with Mr. Cardona said, we are happy to facilitate meeting the council. It requires a request and probably requires a denial from administration because we want to make sure that it's brought to council in public forum. So we're happy to speak to each of those points. I can absolutely pass that to Director Nadon to identify which portions of the various requests are subject to that discretion. Director Nadon.
Thank you, CEO Gibbon. I'd like to refer council to the table of standards that council approved in January of 2023. So if you go on our website, there is a detailed application form with terms and conditions, but then this commercial use of public space standard sidewalk seating program is the work that was put forth by the working group that worked on developing these standards for patios. And that document, as Councillor Demota referred to, is part of our discretionary use permit with Parks Canada. So that document is attached to our DU permit. Therefore, any variances to those would also require approval from Parks Canada. So my understanding is that council may recommend a variance, but does not actually have the authority to allow a variance. And then, so as Mr. Gibbon outlined, we did our best to turn around the application from this particular applicant sometime last week. We received it at the beginning of last week. And as you can appreciate, we have a lot going on at this time of year. So the standards specifically that were identified from the application that was submitted to administration that would require a variance are around orientation of the patio. So that's where it says either walk around or parking lane patios are allowed, not both. So the basis on which that administration determined that the application was non-compliant was not with respect to the amount of space left on the sidewalk, but with respect to it's one or the other. You can only do one or the other. So orientation is the second clause that we believe would require variance. And the other one is maximum size. So maximum of 3 stalls adjacent only to the building the business is located in. So as Mr. Corrigonis outlined, there is room in that area. The challenge is some of the stalls that are being applied for one specific business are in front of the neighboring building. And therefore that goes against the maximum size provision in the standards table. The third item, which was raised this morning, was not one that was identified by administration as needing a variance, is the umbrellas. So to my recollection, the last communication we had was that we requested the height of the umbrella. So part of the submission, we were missing that piece of detail to determine whether or not it met not the standards, the terms and conditions. So there is a definition of umbrella in the application package. So that is part of the terms and conditions that we included in our application package. So the height of an umbrella is not defined in the standards that are attached to our discretionary use permit. So this would also require a variance in the terms and conditions, which is different than the standards that Parks Canada has approved. So that one in discussion with another applicant last week, at least there's only one level of government with that one, so that, how we address that, I don't know. But just pointing out that the umbrella specific request that we heard this morning is not included in, the discretionary use permit.
Councillor Jamal.
Just to follow up, please, if I could, I really appreciate that. So having heard all that, let's say whatever council decides to move forward with or approve as a variance. Again, it has to have Parks Canada's seal of approval on that. So I'm just for processing. If anything gets passed here, does it have to go through the Public Development Advisory Committee, which is set up for that specific thing, and then go through Parks Canada and then come back to council? Which is, I'm looking at timelines and jurisdiction here.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Roxer. To Councillor DeMont's point, I guess, the answer is it depends.
Okay, all right.
It depends on whether council interprets the intrusion onto the public sidewalk as being both. So council says, oh, well, that application and use of the sidewalk and the parking lane is a and. If that's the case, then it is contrary to the thing that Parks Canada approved, and I suppose would have to go through that process. If council says that is not a material intrusion, so therefore it isn't using both the sidewalk and the parking lane. We judge, we council judge that to be only a parking lane installation. Then it would be compliant with the things that we had put forward in Parks Canada. Now, this is a matter of interpretation, and certainly as administration, our job is to interpret the rules in the way that they are there and said either or, and this does explicitly go on to the sidewalk. It's up to council to judge, well, does that really go on the sidewalk? So I think that you have some flexibility in whether you choose to assume the authority or whether you choose to defer on that by how you interpret this issue.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxray. I want to go back to Mr. Gibbons' comments earlier, and I accept in general terms his proposal about how we proceed. For my own sake, I would prefer though to deal first with process issues before we get into the merits of the application. And I remain confused about what exactly is before us, why it is before us, and how it got here. So an explanation of the process that led to this, I think would be helpful. And then we could, I hope, turn to merits if that's where we decide to go. The process is right. So generally speaking, I understand that there would have been an application. That application would have been denied administratively. There would then have been an appeal to our CAO, and that would have been denied, and that brings the applicant here. Is that the process that has unfolded?
Your worship, I think generally, yes. I would say at that CAO level, given this is a new process and where we are in our work on council's involvement in these type of issues, and the fact that these were standards that were established by council, I take the view that these are non-compliant, and the council wishes to override that administrative view, which is a collective administrative view from the team that received the application and initially reviewed it to myself. Consistently, administration views these as non-compliant, and so we are ensuring that applicants have an ability, a right to appeal that decision of administration in a public forum, and that's why it's here today.
If I may continue, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate that. Any denials that have been issued, are they specific to an item in in the conditions. And so I asked that because I am confused by the very first application for variance, which it just doesn't add up. They're asking, the request is for a variance of 18 inches on the width of the sidewalk. Except it's not a variance from my understanding because the sidewalk still meets the requirement. It says here it's 3.6 meters or from the curb to the building. So it's not as if we're reducing the width of the sidewalk, and yet that's the request. The request is something different, it seems to me. The request is to use a portion of the sidewalk and the curb lane. And that's the variance request, not a variance of width. And so I'd like to know what the denial was. Was the denial that, no, this is contrary to the conditions because it makes the sidewalk too narrow, or is this contrary to the condition that it's one or the other?
Worship, so in terms of, I'll answer that very last part first, so we don't forget the answer. It is contrary to the standards because it is using both the sidewalk and the parking. Full stop.
Yeah.
And in terms of process, administration reviewed each of the applications, and they are independent applications. Appreciate that there's a collective effort going on, but they are from 3 different businesses. Administration reviewed each of those independently and provided the applicants with our analysis that said, we need, this is good, check. We need more information, please, question mark, or no, this is, we view this as non-compliant, and for these reasons. And each applicant was provided with a table that illustrated what those points were.
One final question for me, and Ms. Nadon, you referred to the terms and conditions that were approved by council. I am struggling to find them, but I think they will be critical in our analysis of this. So council received recommendations from a task force. My recollection is that those were slightly altered and then went forward to Parks Canada, and we, the municipality, received a discretionary use permit. And are the conditions of that any different than the conditions which council approved and forwarded to Parks Canada? Are we talking about the same document or a slightly altered document?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, through the Mayor Ireland, I think semantics do matter in this instance. So what council approved on the basis of what was submitted by the task force with some slight edits, as you pointed out, are the program standards. So that is the 1-page table that has term, clear pedestrian zone, pedestrian access orientation. And that is the document that, as approved by council, forms part of our discretionary use permit. The terms and conditions are an administrative process by which we set terms and conditions for permits themselves. So including things like proof of insurance, site plans, the detail that administration needs in order to be able to assess that the application does meet the standards that are established by council. So in this case, the 2 variances, one around orientation, one around maximum size, but specifically with regards to the building the business is located in, those need a variance to the standards. So to the piece that is part of our discretionary use permit versus umbrellas. So a definition of umbrella was added to the terms and conditions, which that is an administrative item. Therefore, if a variance was required for the height of the umbrellas in this case, that is not something that Parks Canada has had any specific directives on, because that was part of our permit terms and conditions, not the program standards approved by council.
So the program standards approved by council are the subject matter of this request for variance, apart from the height of umbrellas.
That is correct.
might I ask that somebody send me a copy of those program standards?
Your worship, they are posted on our website. I will send you a link and to all of council right away.
That's sidewalk seating. Yeah.
Councillor Hall,
Thank you. I think this needs. My question for administration is there a minimum width requirement from a parking lane patio to the building? Like, would there be a measurement? Cause I know there are patios or a patio in town that is partially on a sidewalk and there's a width that's okay.
Thank you. So the complicating factor here is that there were businesses who previously applied under previous rules and received multi-year approvals. So for the last couple of years, as council and the community are well aware, we've been working with this issue. And we did previously issue, I believe, 3-year approvals to a handful of businesses or a couple of businesses. And so you may see some that are up and operating under previous standards. And as we discussed when we set these new standards, we are offering businesses a 5-year approval if they meet the new standards. So any that you see that don't meet these standards that are up to date are there because they received their approval under an old standard. When their approval expires, they will be required to meet new standards. So if you're referencing any that you see, you're like, wait a minute, that kind of appears to be both. That's because that property, that business applied under the old standard, and they're allowed to operate that way. The municipality won't be taking anybody's right under a previous standard, but they do have a limited term that they can operate under that standard, and then they'll have to meet a new standard.
Thank you for that. So my question would be then, so there must be then a width, minimum width from where that patio ends to the building?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Hall, if I understand your question correctly, no matter what's left of the sidewalk, if there is a boardwalk or a patio in the parking lane, regardless of whether the business owner would have something in the parking lane or not, that's what's left of sidewalk, right? Like there isn't an installation out there currently that has both. So it is in the parking lane and the sidewalk. So I think what you might be driving at is in some areas, there's a lot of congestion on our sidewalks downtown. There's trees, there's bike racks, there's garbage cans. Those conditions were pre-existing regardless of whether the applicant put a patio or a boardwalk in the parking lane, right? And I think that is exactly why we are allowing patios in the parking lane, is that in those instances where the sidewalk is quite busy, a boardwalk walk around probably isn't feasible because it would spit you out in a tree or in a, so that's the nature of our approvals for patios in the parking lane, is recognizing that some businesses can't make it work with the sidewalk that they have in front of their business. So some of the patios you see out there currently, even if the sidewalk is congested, it was congested before we put a patio in the parking lane, right?
Yeah, I think that someone answered my question. I guess I could just ask, what is the width of a sidewalk? What is an acceptable width of a sidewalk for people to be on?
For Councillor Hall, Jasper sidewalks have a very wide variety of widths. And that's a part of the challenge in trying to establish one minimum width for everywhere. The sidewalks also have different volumes of traffic. And so that's, I think, part of the discussion that the committee had. I know that in Banff, they have different minimum sidewalk widths down different streets, and it's listed in their bylaw. In Jasper, I think the standard, and it has been emailed, I believe all should reach that, was rather than defining a minimum sidewalk width on Connaught and a minimum sidewalk width on Patricia, because not all the buildings have the exact same distance to the curb, just the way things have developed over time. The standard says a clear pedestrian pathway equal to the width of the existing sidewalk shall be maintained at all times. when a walk around or boardwalk is installed, the maximum width of the pedestrian zone is limited to the width of the parking lane stall. So that's the term that was approved by council for the Parks Canada and incorporated into our discretionary use permit.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for that, and it's also very hard to so where does that sidewalk end, at the building or at the property line or whatever, I would assume property line, and sometimes there's more sidewalks between the property line and the building. Having served on the task force, I think, and of course, we're not, these are all variances out there, and we weren't going to catch everything. We knew that we were gonna have, proponents in front of us. The one thing I'd like to say is that unfortunately it's May 10th, not January 1st, when we were accepting applications. So there will be a bit of a timeline here where we do have to go back to Parks Canada and get approvals if we were to approve the variances. And I feel like these aren't major variances. They're not they're not over asking. I think we can work with the proponents to approve these. Yeah, the timeline is going to be the challenge, and I think you guys know that. I do. One of my questions would be did all of these applications come in a week ago, or did we have applications in the January or February, or when there's time that you could have come to council and we could have worked through these items, and be ready for patio season. Not to say that we can't plot. There will be some time, unfortunately, to make this happen. And I'm not sure where I was going there, but just speaking back to with the sidewalk, I feel like we can look at each scenario and come up with an appropriate solution. And I do keep throwing that 2.44 back, because that is like a building code requirement of accessibility and with two wheelchairs passing, etc. So of course we don't constrict our sidewalks, and that's what we were going for with being able to be in a sidewalk or in the parking lane. Again, I think your proposal here makes a lot of sense. I would support it because it does look like that there is a appropriate sidewalk width, even though you're taking up 18 inches. And so on that variance, if we're debating here, guys, I guess that no, we're not debating that, but I would put my support, I think, behind all of these variances. But proponents, I think, have to know that it's not it's final call. It does have to go to Parks Canada, and that's, that will take some time. I guess, except for the umbrellas, and I feel like that's, what a height was put on it by administration, not knowing that there were, like umbrellas much higher. And, if we're looking at 19 centimeters, I don't think that's huge. It's just, it was a condition, and now it's in front of us, and I don't think that's a big one.
Councillor Jamota, and then Councillor Melnick.
Well, I think I might have some more questions for administration, but also for Mr. Correspondence. And before we were going there, I was just making sure that the mayor's first question was satisfied. I'm not sure, because we started to go off into an area that I think we needed some clarity on process first, and I just wanted to make sure that was finalized in your ask, and I'd be more comfortable in getting that over with and then going into the meat and potatoes.
If that is an invitation to speak, Deputy Mayor Waxman, I am satisfied that it's properly before us, that the process gets it here. I made those comments primarily to confirm what process has led us to this point, because there are others in the room where the process has not unfolded the same way, and that will make a difference. And I want people to understand that we ought to hold ourselves and attempt to hold ourselves to a process. And so council approved these standards, and there is a way through our private use of public space bylaw to get matters back in front of council, and it's important that that process be followed. So I'm satisfied that Mr. Correspondence is properly before us, so I'm prepared to deal with it. In terms of process, there is, of course, some mixture of that with merits that relate to some of the questions put by Councillor Wilson, but I'm happy to roll that into the discussion on the merits. So I'm comfortable for this application that we are where we need to be.
And thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer, for allowing me that question, but I realized as the mayor was speaking that Councillor Wilson did have a couple of questions, and I don't know through my excitement of having my hand up if I circumvented that. And that was on the timing of the applications and where we are here today. And I'm not sure if that got answered, if you wanted that answered.
Yeah, it would be great, actually, just so we know, yeah, when the applications came in, I guess, because there was 3 or 4 that we're looking at right now.
Commissioner Nettleton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Wilson. Council approved the standards in January, and those standards were released, excuse me, on our website. And an email was sent to all applicants from the previous year at the end of January. So that information has been out there since then. Processed, issued 2 permits and had an ongoing email conversation with another applicant starting in March. We didn't see our first application until the end of February, and into March, we received a few, total of 3. And then between May 1st and now, we have 11 current applications that are still in the process of variances being heard, or we are waiting on that additional information from applicants. So certainly in terms of our ability to process those applications, as you know, paid parking starts May 1st. Emergency management is quite busy in the spring. We've been keeping track of our interactions with applicants and have dates documented for each of those. And that's a pretty standard practice in bylaw that they do through their notebooks and keeping track of those things. So certainly the fact that the bulk of the applications didn't come until after May 1st, which was the start date of the program, is causing some challenges. In the case of the application that is formally before you today, I believe it was received, I think the date on the application was May 1st, and it was received either that day or the next day. So beginning of last week, essentially. And in working with Mr. Given and outlining what the variance process might look like. So to Mayor Ireland's point, there's a process outlined in the commercial use and public space bylaw. So we wanted to be sure to follow that and then escalate it to council in proper terms. So we did assess Mr. Correspondence' application, and it is, to Mayor Ireland's point, it is here as that process has been completed. I can't say that we are in the same situation for the other applications. So either administration couldn't complete the review process because information was missing, or we just simply stopped hearing from applicants and there are no formal denials have been issued as of yet. Because if there are, then we communicate with the applicants that writing to the CAO for a variance request, which we can facilitate and forward to the CAO, is the step which Mr. Correspondence completed at the end of last week and leads us here today.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I want to continue a little bit on process because we brought up that there are a number of sidewalks that were granted a 3-year license last year, 3-year term. And so they are good for this summer, next summer, and then the following summer, they'll be allowed to apply again, but under the new guidelines, whatever they may be at that time. And so what brings that question up is now we're going to be issuing 5-year terms for patios that comply with the existing bylaws at this point. My question would be a matter of process here. If we issue a variance for a patio for this year, in fact, we're issuing a variance for the next 5 years. What does that do 3 years from now when somebody comes and says, you issued a variance for that particular patio? My 3-year term has expired. I need to change to the existing standards, but I was okay during the previous 2 years. There will be other patios that'll be under variance. Does that compel council to hear those variances again from new people 2 years from now, because we issued variances this year?
Through Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Melnick, I think you hit on an important point here. Certainly by providing a variance, you may, and I stress may, you may be establishing a precedent. And this is why administration certainly doesn't see it as our authority to establish a precedent that could be leveraged or referenced by future applicants. We will interpret the rules pretty straightforwardly. And if council wishes to vary or establish something that could be seen to be a precedent that could be leveraged by somebody in the future, that's certainly within your authority, since it's rules that you, in the first place, approved. I think that is a part of the reason why administration is interpreting the rules pretty, I don't want to say strictly, but quite close, adhering very specifically to the rules that were set up by council. That council wishes to take a different interpretation or thinks administration is interpreting improperly, then you can let us know. Where there are things that are where an applicant is asking for a variance, you may be setting yourselves up for a discussion in the future with the future applicant who might also want the same consideration. And then if you're approving variances for everybody, then it sounds like you need to change your standard, right? And that's why, as administration, we are not going to be approving variances that would propose to suggest the standard needs to be changed, because it is council's standard.
And if I may further, just to conclude, in our deliberations, we never did talk about reviewing standards at the end of the year to see, as we go through this process, what we've learned, what may be better practices. We currently don't have an opportunity to change the standards unless we change a bylaw.
Deputy Mayor Roxer for Councillor Melnick. No, we don't, because we sought and received a 5-year discretionary use from Parks Canada. And so I think that council, in that desire to give applicants 5 years of certainty, took forward a proposal to Parks Canada, which Parks Canada approved, I believe, without change. But Parks Canada approved the council, or approved the standard the council asked to have approved, and they approved it for 5 years.
Okay, I think that, appreciate that. I think that's important for councillors as well as applicants for variances to understand the implications and the significance of where we're going with variances and how this can impact us over the next 5 years.
Councillor Keller.
I don't think council ever meant it to become very difficult, and obviously we have created standards that is making it difficult for the patios to be open. And, none of us are experts. We took this, but I'm wondering, Victoria, Edmonton, Calgary all do patios every year. Where are we going wrong? You know what I mean? So it just shouldn't be this difficult. So if our standards are too high, or, now's the time to get it right. Maybe we do have to go back to Parks Canada and rework this. But You know, we've come out of COVID. Everybody is still recovering. Last weekend, I know business, even though we had an influx, was down. We had beautiful weather, no patios. You know, we gotta work here with our businesses. Going forward, like, it's brand new. We created this. Maybe we needed some expertise to come in and help us create this better. But I think we gotta get it right. And it's the first time it's rolled out, so maybe Councillor Mundick is right. If we put these variances in, then maybe we go back to parks and say, these have to be there. But I think it's important as a council that we get this right.
Councillor Demoda.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and I agree with Councillor Keller-Ampe, but I don't think we're gonna get it right. I think it's an evolving process and things will always change. And and that's one of the reasons why we're here today. And going back to what Councillor Wilson had stated earlier, when we were on the committee working with the parameters set out by Parks Canada and interpreting our view on the process and the guidelines, we knew we weren't going to get it right. So I appreciate where Councillor Melnick is going, because he took a lot of words out of my mouth, which is helpful for you guys. That if the current uses of that variance that was approved for the past 3-year plan that was accepted last year, 2 years ago, were a safety issue, then it wouldn't be allowed. So we have some that are already practicing under old rules, which are continuing to exist. So it's not harming anybody. So if we're going into talking about supporting and improving, I think with most of all these, like others, I'm willing to move forward. I don't see any major issues with the request, especially if some have already been grandfathered under old clauses. Thank you.
CAO Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxman, I just want to make a distinction between applications that received approvals for a limited time under current regulations versus applications that are meeting a new regulation. And we have seen in the community situations where an entity attempts to choose to change standards and apply them to people that we previously had received approval. And I think council explicitly said, hey, that's not right. If somebody has an approval, they should be able to maintain that approval for as long as it was given for. And so, I think from it, are the existing installations ideal? Maybe not, but they were approved under an old standard. And so, would administration, would the committee, does the community think that those old installations are perfect and everything should look like them? I think that's an open question, but from an administrative perspective, we're not applying new rules to somebody who already got an old approval. And there's a reason for that, because it's in terms of fairness. Somebody sought something and they met the rules at the time, and they had an approval. That approval will expire, and then they'll have a choice of whether they're going to meet the new standard or whether they're going to seek a variance or a change to that standard. But just to make that distinction, because something exists today doesn't mean that administration thinks that it's fine. It means that we're stuck with something that we approved until that approval expires.
Director Nadeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I'd just like to add to CEO Given's comments to say that we do have 3 applicants who received a 5-year approval under the current terms and conditions. And I want to say we are very close to issuing 3 more permits, new applications for 5 years that follow the current rules. I think this variance process allows council to hear the merits of a variance that is put forward by an applicant who feels that those rules are not workable for them, but certainly in terms of whether the rules work or not, you can do it, whether it's fiscally the best option or how it works for businesses. We had the Tourism Jasper and the Chamber of Commerce and business representation at the table when those standards were developed. Of course, when it's in practice and trying to implement it, there's some hiccups, some unforeseen challenges. And to Councillor Namota's point, getting it right, I think is a moving target depending on the community, depending on the location. But certainly, we have and continue to issue 5-year permits with the current standards.
Councillor Demota.
Well, I think to me, ultimately, that maintaining that 2.44 meter distance is the most important thing. So I understand that there might be some difference here in interpretation, but to me, we're not having seating on the sidewalk per se. It's just a little bit of a different setup that needs some overlap. So making that statement, I can finally get to Mr. Correspondence through you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I keep wanting to call you, Your Worship. And I think I saw that you had your hand up earlier, and this might help you address some of the stuff that you wanted to talk about. I could see this being terribly frustrating for you. Under the old regulations that we were operating under during COVID, we had jersey barriers and all different makeups in the community. How is what you're proposing different seating wise with 4 tops different than how you were operating before?
Well, with all due respect, everything is different and we accept that. I mean, we had spacing for safety issues. We had a number of different dynamics. I obviously fought for coverages and some kind of shelter out there that would make business operable and applicable through various weather conditions. I know, and listen, my goal is the same as everyone's in this community, is to better this community and not just my own business. I think as a collective, we had decided that these patios were a good idea long-term, and that's why they're continuing. And we're all working as best we can to come up with the parameters to continue them in the best way they can. And you're absolutely right. We're never going to get it right the first time. One thing I can say, and I had my hand up, was to speak to Councillor Wilson, was that, you know, I do appreciate that these are late. And obviously I'm not the only one. And we have been working as closely with bylaw as we can, because it's the only contact we have. I mean, obviously I can't call Bill Given or the mayor every time I have a question, but you know, if I have a fault in the system, it would be really that there is no framework considered for this growth process. We are stuck with a set of rules which were, in our view, arbitrary. I wasn't invited to the task force. I wasn't permitted. I was given the best avenues I could get, which were the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Jasper, to get information and to vent my opinions. But at the end of the day, I've been saying for 3 years, and I think I've been the most vocal one, and I'm sorry to be a thorn in your side, but I think I'm trying to be proactive and help us all achieve a unified goal here, which is patios that work for the majority of everybody. But for 3 years, I've been asking for a consideration for each application due to the merits of its location and its needs. And this is absolutely missing from any framework that's ever been presented to us, including this latest edition. And I don't understand it. I mean, yes, you can't make a uniform rule. We've all agreed this for every situation, and that's why variances are required. But there wasn't even a framework set up for variances that I was aware of. And when I spoke to Neil about it, he said, there isn't one. I don't even know who to tell you to ask. And so I went directly to Bill. And I mean, I'm glad that that is the protocol and we found it, but it seems inefficient to me. And at the best, we're stuck here in May debating things that could have been debated earlier. And to speak again to Mr. Wilson's comments, Councillor Wilson, I appreciate that this is late and it's hard on all of us, and us are suffering the most because we are the ones who are losing out on income. So despite there being fires across Alberta and nobody showing up this week, we had full intentions of being open as early as possible. But you being in construction, Mr. Wilson, you know that there are a lot of parameters that need to be considered when building anything. And we are working in a vacuum, so to speak. If you can appreciate the fact that the rules are very limited, they don't tell you what to build, And through all the questions I asked, everybody, including Neil, nobody could give us any direction. It was, this is what you can't build. You can't have tents, you can't have Jersey barriers, you can't have this, and you can't build on the sidewalk or the street. We did our darndest. I have been working on this for months and in not a great place. I'm short-staffed, I'm working long hours in my business, as are they, and every other restaurant. We had a financial disaster last year with that fire. None of us are in financially good shape to be building patios. And we discussed this year after year. Everybody here was in agreement that we would not put pressure on any businesses undue that they didn't need until we got over this pandemic. Well, I hate to tell you, we are in the utmost worst place we've ever been. My finances are brutal. I've taken out $100,000 loan to get through this winter and build this patio. Now, I've been in business here for 15 years. I've tried to follow the rules, and I've tried to be progressive, and I've tried to help everybody. I haven't asked for much, but in this situation, I don't think anybody's appreciating what this change meant for all of us. This would have been the year that I would have asked for a continuance of the previous rules until we could prove that we had some better financial footing to do this. But being the citizen that I need to be and want to be for you, I've done my darndest, and so as every applicant, I think, to try and build something better and build something permanent for 5 years that we don't have to think about. We can put down, take up at the end of the season, and we can stop coming to these meetings. I tried. And the variances I've come up with are, I think, minimal and reasonable, but also with very good understanding that it's going to help us make these viable. Because one row of tables, which some applicants have applied for under the rules, in the stalls directly in front of their businesses, is doable. Yes, you're right, Ms. Nadone, but is it reasonable? No, I'm arguing it's not. We have places in this town where different circumstances should fit different situations. And if it does no harm to anybody, like I said last year and the year before, why are we arguing about it? I have multitudes of businesses around the area that want those patios up. Every one of my neighbors. I have multiple businesses that we're collaborating with, finding our own resources, doing our own spends. And we have found solutions for our area, which are less impactful, better suited, and helpful to everyone. And that's what I'm here asking for today, is for you to consider them under those merits. Not under the rules as they're given. I would like you to look at the rules and say, well, obviously they need to be a little bit more flexible because the next applicant will come with his own challenges. And if I'm putting a disservice to another business, or I'm putting somebody out, or there's a safety issue, absolutely. I've been in full agreement. I will never ask for a variance on a safety concern, ever. I don't want my kids hurt, or our friends, or our patrons, our guests. No. What I want is to be able to make this patio, build it within reason, whatever the costs incurred, and be able to pay for those costs and make some profit, reasonable profit over the term. Are we going to get it right the first time? No. Is this perfect? It's not. But I have been working on this since those rules came out January 1st. And it's taken me this long to get here in front of you and give you the bare minimum of what I need. I think I need, and these businesses need, to make this worth it. That's all. And I'm hoping to better the spaces downtown. Do I prefer Jersey barriers? I don't. Do I prefer tents? I don't. Those were necessary things. And we've had numerous discussions with the engineers involved in this, who think that this is inadequate for safety and there needs to be barriers out there. I realize that other municipalities are not doing it. We've had concerns from lots of professionals. I don't know if they were in the task force and why those concerns were not, met in some degree. But I've tried to conform as best I can, and I'm asking for a reasonable amount of variance to make this happen. I realize time is a problem, and this bureaucratic sort of melee between Parks Canada and you is something we're all gotten used to. None of us are happy about it. And I do appreciate that I probably won't get my patio up for weeks yet, but I'm hoping for a little bit of urgency from this council in understanding that I'm not here to waste anybody's time. I'm here to make this better for the entire community going forward, summer after summer, and to have beautiful patios that we can be proud of and that we can invite our guests to from around the world. And they will leave with memorable experiences and provide great, references for us going forward. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and Councillor Demota.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Correspondence. You know what? A while before you made your first application, to have the side of the street seating, we did have a presentation from another group suggesting different formats, and when we were kind of positioned with having some options during COVID, you came up with something different. And something for us to consider and add to. You know, and I appreciate that insight. And I think some of the stuff that we see in the community, some of the concepts derived from your initiative. And right off the bat, I think you did a good job and you set the standard for a lot of what we saw and what we're seeing today. So I'm frustrated as much as you are. I can't be as much as you are, but I can feel your frustration, and I would like to see this move forward. You know, even to this day, I don't have a definition of what exactly constitutes an umbrella under any of the regulations that we've seen. So that's still muddy water for me, and I'm hoping that one day we can have a better definition. No, I think one of my original questions through you, Deputy Mayor, back to Mr. Correspondence, when we had the Jersey barrier set up, were you able to get the tables into configuration of what you're asking for today with the four tops, or is this something like that you're using to expand seating in that area?
So we built the patio based on previous standards that were almost non-existent, but mostly based on safety standards. There was 6 foot spacing between tables, which was required by interior specifications, right? And we went with that. We had no other, direction as to what we should build, and we built a huge patio. But because we had the space, and we argued fairly, I think, that we had the space, let's use it. And we did win on those merits. This is a totally different application. I'm trying to make enough space out there to make it viable for not only my business, but these other businesses behind me to incur these costs and to use it and to make some profit. Now, there's no hiding the fact that these will be shared spaces. The fact that we are not allowed to go beyond certain businesses, or I'm confused as to why those requirements were included. I don't know what the merits are. Again, we weren't part of the task force. I didn't hear the debates, but there was no clarification when these rules came out as to why. So sure, I'm asking why, but mostly I'm trying to argue that we have a cooperative here that works and has worked for 3 years, and it's helped us survive. And in some cases, these businesses would not be here without that cooperation. I mean, Waflato didn't have a patio the first year. They used mine freely. I was happy for them, right? And this is something that we need to understand together, is that are these rules and regulations meant to help, or are they here to confound these processes and make it hard? Because I'm under the impression that that might be the case. Whoever's having the last say in this is not taking into consideration how it's hampering the ability for businesses to proceed fairly and use the space. Now, it'll never be fair. My space is different than something else, and they've got a crosswalk in front of them. I'm not arguing that they should be given the same standard as I am. I'm arguing you should allow them to come up with methods for each business that sort of maximize their potential. I'm talking about my space and how we can maximize it with no harm to anyone. And I just want you guys to consider changing the rules so that we can fill that and give everybody the usable space we need.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I sort of like to return to the orders of the day and get us back on track. So I have some questions for Mr. Correspondence, and I would invite other councillors to ask questions, and then I would like to go back to the process that was outlined earlier. We'll ask the administration for their views, and then we can move forward. But I want to speak firstly on a matter of what I think is privilege, and I think I will invite Mr. Correspondence to reconsider a suggestion that the intent here is to confound business. That is, I think, entirely unfair. I understand your frustration, but even in your frustration, I think you must understand that when COVID began, council and administration worked to allow patios which had not been existing previously, because we understood that there was a business need to give you every opportunity to succeed. And we have worked through this for multiple years now, in concert as far as we could with business. The intent has always been to give business a fair shot at survivability and viability. And it has not been to confound. It was agreed that some of the rules were problematic. I heard from you in this very room that you would be more inclined to respect rules that were drawn up by the community. We specifically went that route. We formulated a task force to help us understand business needs. You said earlier that both you were not invited to that task force and you weren't permitted. And I don't know what that means, because my understanding was that the task force did solicit input from other businesses. If you felt excluded, I most regret that, because we intentionally reached out through a task force, which included industry representatives, to help us formulate some standards, because everybody knew this could not be a free-for-all. There had to be some standards, and we worked hard to achieve that. And yes, as Councillor Callahan says, there are other communities that have sidewalk seating, patio seating, but we don't know that it works flawlessly there. We don't know that they don't have applications for variations. We don't know that they don't have businesses who feel that the rules are designed to confound their business alone. I'm simply suggesting that we have entered this with the best of intentions to help you and others get through COVID and move forward. I can appreciate that from your perspective, perhaps it doesn't work as well as you would like. When these standards were presented from the task force, I had concerns about some of them, but I was persuaded to vote in favor for two reasons. Firstly, we had a task force that included industry, and they said, we've looked at this ought to work. And secondly, industry said categorically they needed certainty. It didn't matter so much what the rules were. Give us a set of rules, do it now. We have to get prepared for summer. So we did that in January, and here we are in May. Despite all the comments, I don't think that falls necessarily on council or on administration, but here we are. If you could address three things for me. Firstly, the comment that you were not permitted. Do you mean that you were excluded, that you tried to submit to the task force and you were not allowed? Is that what you meant, or you just weren't engaged in it? Secondly, in terms of your specific request for variance, my understanding is that you want a variance from the standard that says clear pedestrian zone. That standard says a clear pedestrian pathway equal to the width of the existing sidewalk shall be maintained at all times. There's no wording that I can find that says 2.4 meters or any other distance. What I'm reading in the standard says the existing sidewalk has to be maintained, but you would prefer that you encroach onto it. Fair enough, 18-inch encroachment, but you need a variance from that particular standard. And you need, for the first item, a variance on the orientation standard, because that one says either walk around or parking lane patios are allowed, not both. So you want both to some degree, a bit on the sidewalk, mostly in the parking lane, so we need a variance there. That's what I think this comes down to, and you can confirm that. On your second variance application, as I understand it, you need a request of variance on maximum size, which says maximum of 3 stalls adjacent only to the building the business is located in. So you want to go a little bit further than the building you're located in, so that's the variance. And then the third one, about umbrellas, again, it's not a variance, it is non-compliance, permitted non-compliance with the terms and conditions of the application, but not a variance with respect to the standards, because there isn't a standard that deals with umbrellas in that sense. Have I got it right with what it is that you're requesting from us?
I'll do my best to respond and remember it the order. First off, I'd like to apologize because I meant no offense, and I also did not mean to imply that this council was the problem. That is the furthest thing. So maybe a little clarity on that. The process has been confusing. Our lives have been in general overwhelming, especially mine. So I'll take full responsibility for that. The process with the task force, as open as it may have seemed difficult for laymen as such as myself to get involved with. I didn't need a direct seat, but I thought there could have been a much more open format to consider all these variables. I think it was a very difficult time of year going through the holidays with limited staff for me to understand and be able to participate in that process. So I take responsibility for that. The confounding nature of this, that comment was meant to direct towards mostly Parks Canada, who I don't believe always have the best intentions. I think they're in a complicated situation and a little compromised by the fact that there's a conflict there. Their objective is to manage and maintain conservation for this park, and they are dually trying to manage land use for a community which has almost opposing needs to that objective. And again, it's not so much that I want to get off topic, so I wanted to just vent my frustration. Perhaps I want to just make clear that nobody at this table or in this room was that directed to, and I want to tell you I very much appreciate, as do all these businesses, everything you have done for us and could do for us in this very difficult bureaucratic situation. So my apologies for misspeaking that way. As far as the variances I'm looking for, we are looking for it in this particular situation with these 3 businesses. I'm not sure which is the best route, but my argument is simply this. We feel that the allotted space in that stall is restricted, prohibitively restrictive in a business and financial fiscal sense to being able to justify. We think that there's plenty of proof in the fact that very few businesses have applied for these. And I think it's worth maybe asking, what the merits of that limited space are, especially in consideration of each individual location and area's needs. I won't say business, because each individual area has specific restrictions, limitations, width of sidewalk. I think a framework would have been well considered before to adjust for some of those variances or variables. So I'm not sure which one is the best. If I was a lawyer or better, educated, I would understand which one would be the best applicable ask for variance, but I guess I'm asking for both. I would like some reasoning why in some situations like mine right now, and these 3 businesses, we can't apply for a limited use of the sidewalk. But my main objective here is to make clear that we think that the 10 feet of the stall is very limiting, and with the amount of egress you need for service, a few extra inches is going to be a breaking point for us. I also would like to wonder why we've measured both sides of the street. The other side of the street has a 1 foot variation in the width of those parking stalls. And as far as some of the research I've done, a 12-foot parking stall width is a standard in North America. So they are very narrow on that end of the street, side of the street, for whatever reason, and I have no idea what the reason is. But all of this considered together, I'm asking for a 12-foot minimum allowance, because I think that businesses could well use that extra space to make 2 rows of tables and use that space properly. And for the costs involved in rental alone every year, I think it's worthwhile considering. That's the first one. The second one, the encroachment, again, I haven't got a reason why that limiting factor was put there, especially if there was no objection or if there was cooperation with surrounding businesses and landowners. If the business is adjacent to me, like Karen at Mountain Air, who specifically asked me to extend our patio because she wanted to have the advantage of customers looking in her window and didn't want cars parked there. If that was an ask 3 years ago and we fought successfully for that and won it on its own merit, part of my reason for understanding that this might be some confounding rules is that why was this implemented? Maybe a framework could have been considered that, you know, whatever the local agreement is in that area, we can try and work within those boundaries instead of making a direct rule prohibiting businesses from extending. Again, that's the best way I can ask that question, and the answer is, you know, not directly obvious to me. And then the umbrellas is to me, it is the most straightforward question and a very obvious. To me, it's a variance. It's like, I need to know if I can get these umbrellas because that's what's available, and that's going to work well for our patio. And I think they're going to look aesthetically beautiful and be long-term viable, at least for the 5 years of the patio. And they do happen to be 19 centimeters too tall, which Neil was not forthcoming to me, but to other members of this application. And so I wanted to bring it up today to make sure that it wasn't missed either. But basically, we are looking to build, you know, the best standard we can within the framework of the rules. We need small adjustments, and we want this patio to be beautiful and for people to be proud of it, locals and tourists alike when they drive by it. And we want it to be usable enough that it's worthwhile for us as businesses to build and to service and use. I hope that answers your question. So, thank you.
Councillor Jamoda.
I just want to say that, again, you know, a lot of things need to be reviewed, and I know it's impossible to have a perfect situation where parking stall lines line up with property lines, and it's never going to happen. So we're going to have to consider these things and maybe changing those rules. So I'm very much in favor of going to look at these maybe annually and see where we're going good and where things can be adjusted for the betterment of business and the use of public space by commercial businesses. I'm ready to move forward on these requests, and I'm in full support of all three. Everything makes sense. We had some good discussion, good information here today, so I'm not sure what type of motion administration is looking for on approval. Whether we're going to separate all these or go 1, 2, 3. So I'll wait till the powers that be here come to a conclusion, and then we can move forward. Thanks.
Councillors, are there any further questions for Mr. Correspondence or for administration at this time? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and I would like to just ask a question or two. Because I think it's important before we start voting on variances that we have a clear understanding. Mr. Correspondence, with the tables, this is just an architectural drawing showing the tables maximizing the space. I'd like to ensure that if we're going to be encroaching onto the sidewalk, that encroachment is limited to the 18 inches, and that any serving stations or any busing stations or any hostess stations or any anything else like that is well within the 18 inches and the laneway, and not something outside that 18-inch encroachment. I think it's important that yes, we're approving additional seating, but what we're actually approving is we're approving a square footage of which all restaurant operations for all three businesses need to be within that additional approved square footage. And if that's my understanding, and I think that's your intention, is that everything would be within that square footage, which is what you're asking the variance for.
That's a very good question. So that is my intention, absolutely. And we would like some clarification as well as to right now, I'm under the impression that we can still use the allotted, obviously those are very wide sidewalks with the building, as you can see, there's a property line there. So my intention is not to encroach on that property line or in that space any further. And if required to use those additional 18 inches into our property line, we would be happy to consider that. Any reasonable use of this space without any hampering of traffic and egress, I think should be considered. But that's a very good question. There are other implications here that need to be defined, and we're happy to cooperate and make sure that those things are met for the municipality and for tourism alike.
No, I appreciate that, and I think it's important for us that we understand that, you know, in the spirit of us hoping to assist, that the idea is we're increasing a square footage use of a public space over and above, which is there, and fortunately you've got a wider sidewalk. But then you get that creep that happens that, okay, well, I'll put a sign over here, I still have enough, you know, space, and then I've got this bus cart here, and it's only 18 inches wide outside the size of the patio. And, you know, I think the intention is that if it's going to be a restaurant within that space, everything to do with that restaurant should be within that square footage. And I think that's the spirit of what, if we're looking at variances in the future, because this is going to come back to us, we need to ensure that what we're saying is we want to have a certain aesthetic. We want to make sure that we're working with the operators, but we're also in the spirit of let's make it work for everybody. And you know, I welcome other commentary, but I appreciate the fact that, you know, the spirit is to be able to operate a restaurant within the space that the additional space that you're asking for.
So just to speak to that a little bit more, and again, I'm trying to make this as brief as possible, but I want to get all the facts and opinions out. But yes, I fully appreciate that. And I think that's more and more reason why, again, for the third year, I'm asking for each individual location to be assessed on its own merits with its own limitations, and those kind of problems to be addressed immediately before we commit to it. But in this case, we have excess space inside our restaurants and beside our restaurants that will allow for any sort of infrastructure we need. And this space that I'm asking for alone will not encompass actually all these tables. We've marked those tables there just for your benefit to understand what the maximum could be. But as was the case in the past, we will remove some tables for any infrastructure we need on that patio setting, because we need quick access to those things, whether they're server stations, host stations. There's a myriad of different things that they need to be considered here for each individual business, whether it's a service industry like this or retail. And I can only speak to service industry, but yes, my intention is to apply for this with that space and not ask for an inch more. This is what we think the bare minimum is to be able to use it profitably. And I think that is our only goal, is we need to be able to make a profit, or else it's not worth the endeavor.
Yep.
Councillor Demoda.
Yes, I know this is long and drawn out, so I appreciate the time, and I would like where Councillor Malik is going, and that was, you know, my understanding as well. Hopefully, Flambe cards don't come into the conversation anytime soon. But what I did want to say is that I think some of the regulations don't stipulate exactly some parameters around sandwich boards as well. And from my personal point of view, I think that if we're going forward with this, Like Councillor Melnick said, we don't want to see any impediment to the foot traffic flow. So if people get trapped behind a bus station or sandwich boards, I think the sandwich board should be part of that premises length of flow on the sidewalk. So those are things to consider in the future. I know that's not for the conversation today, but with the approval here, I think that the intent is to make sure that people that are walking up and down those sidewalks have a clear path within what is intended in the basis of those regulations. Thanks.
Any further questions, for Mr. Correspondence?
Not for Mr. Correspondence. If we're ready to turn to administration, I would be happy to do that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Through you to, I presume, Mr. Given, have a list of questions, which you will be able to remember and answer quickly. I think when the proposed standards came forward from the task force, were they presented to council with a recommendation on administration, which you recall? I've searched, I can't find when they first came before council, but I'm wondering whether administration felt that it had adequate opportunity to comment on standards before they were adopted by council.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Ireland. You can find that page I can note on, probably who knows that. But yes, administration did bring it forward with an administrative recommendation to support the standard as developed by the committee. And just in terms of process, I'll remind council that council at a public meeting established the committee by establishing terms of reference and discussing and debating who should be on that committee. The committee was established with council's approval in public. The committee members identified by council met over the course of a number of months to discuss various standards and approvals, different considerations and principles. And that led to the development of the standard, which administration brought forward on behalf of that task force to the council table with a recommendation that council adopted based on the fact that it was developed by the task force. I believe council at that meeting, which was a public meeting where the public was invited to attend, and I think we may have even had set over one meeting, so there's more opportunity for the public to attend. It certainly went from committee to council, so we've shown up at two public meetings and standards, and council chose to make some minor variations to the standards. I don't recall exactly what were off the top of my head, but members of the public had the opportunity to comment on the composition of the committee because it was adopted and approved by council in public. Members of the public had an opportunity to comment and to take positions with respect to the proposed standards, both at the committee level and at the council level. And then council ultimately adopted those standards. And again, that happened all and was completed by January sometime. Just kind of looking over to the director now, I could find the actual council and committee meetings that happened at, but that was the process that occurred really over the course of the latter half of 2022, beginning in, I think the first committee meetings were in the summer. There was a slight delay because of the wildfire situation last year in the power outage, but the recommendation was brought to council in fall of 2022.
Thank you for that. Couple of other, I think, easy questions for you. Council was made aware by letter from Mr. Correspondence last week with respect to the first item of the variance request. Today, we have been provided with two other requests for variance. Administration, so we had some time to prepare with respect to the first variance request. Is administration comfortable dealing with the other two, having received notice only this morning, with the rest of the council that the other two issues were in question.
Your worship, with respect to, so just if we're defining the issues, there are a couple of other areas where the application package submitted by the proponent was not compliant. We've identified those with the proponent. In particular, the proposal suggested bolting the installation down to the municipal infrastructure, the sidewalk and road. That is not compliant, and that's the administration has informed the applicant of. They all are required to be removed so as not to be movable, so as not to cause any damage to the structure. So just to be clear, there are other areas where the applications were not yet compliant. Administration provided that information to the applicant, and they'll be able to manage that. So I think the issues in question here, there is the point about the umbrellas. I think administration is comfortable looking at that issue. It sort of arose later on and is certainly fully within the municipalities. Purview. I think the other, so the items that are really in front of the council to address are the encroachment onto the public sidewalk. And that is intertwined with whether council defines this proposed installation as being both on the sidewalk and in the parking lane, or if it is in the parking lane with a minor or not material encroachment onto the sidewalk. Okay. So administration's recommendation is, and again, our interpretation of the rule says that this is attempting to be both. Council may take an interpretation, says, no, administration, this isn't attempting to be both. It is actually only in the parking lane and has a little, a little frame. If council is comfortable with that, then I think really the variance that you need to deal with is the determination of whether this is in the parking lane solely, or whether it's parking lane and sidewalk. If council views it to be parking lane and sidewalk, then we should deny the variance application because it's directly contrary to the rules that were a part of our discretionary use permit. If council views this application as being in the parking lane with a incidental encroachment into the sidewalk, then you could say, well, it's a parking lane installation and we're comfortable with that. So I think that that's the central issue that would really resolve this in a way that would allow administration to continue to work with the applicant to submit a complete application that meets all other requirements. And I just want to be clear that whatever direction council sets, administration will still need, there are some other requirements that administration needs, health insurance, all the other things that we are and the applicant are capable of finalizing.
Thank you for that. My question again is a matter of process, really. So we all knew, council knew, and administration knew that the variance request for encroachment onto the sidewalk was coming today. We didn't know until today that there was an additional request for an extension beyond the building. So that's been raised today. And my question is administration comfortable with council dealing with that today? Or does does administration need any time to look into that matter? Because procedurally, it is not properly here. We had no notice of that, nor did administration. So if administration is prepared to waive notice, I'm happy. But if you have a position on that, I would like to know now.
Well, your worship, in consultation with the director, we were aware of that. And the challenge here is we have one, administration sees these as 3 different applications, each needing some different things. So there's that challenge. And in terms of waiving notice, I think an important perspective that I would share is that the notice is not so much for council's benefit, although certainly it is, or administrations. It is really a matter of due process for the public. The application that was in front of us and the letter that was forwarded, I believe, spoke to the encroachment issue. I'm not sure that all other stakeholders were aware that there's also this issue at play of encroachment beyond the, beyond the business frontage. And so if there was anybody that had a concern about that, they may not have been aware that that would be discussed here today. But administration, sorry, Your Worship, administration usually uses 3 different applications because technically they are. In the 3 different applications, it would be ideal if council would deal with them on an individual basis, appreciating that in the end they'll look like one thing. They are submitted by 3 different entities. Administration was aware of the intrusion beyond the building footage, or footprint, frontage, and administration was also aware of the encroachment issue.
Thank you for that. So if council deals with 1 and 2 today, I take it you're comfortable, and administration will deal with the umbrella question. So my next question regarding the variance request for the encroachment on the site. So the one that we all know is coming. In his submissions, Mr. Correspondence mentioned the width of the parking lane as being more narrow on that side of Connaught, and maybe specific to that block, I'm not sure. More narrow on that side than on the other side of Connaught. However, on the other side of Connaught, my own knowledge of the community tells me there are no patios and there are no applications for patios. My question is though, is the lane width variable on the business frontage side of Connaught so that it could be unequal treatment? And is the lane width consistent on Patricia Street? So by saying that you can only have the width of the lane, I can understand why we would say that, but does that treat all applicants equitably? Do we know whether parking lanes are the same width throughout the business frontage side of the town?
The direct answer is, Your Worship, no. I can't at the table today say that the parking lanes on Patricia and Connaught are consistent widths down the entire stretch. I would believe that our line painting contractor paints to a standard width and has a way of doing that, but I can't tell you today that they are exactly the same all up and down Connaught and all up and down.
Well, that's fair, and I would think that the driving lane width is the standard, and what is left is the parking lane, I presume, but I'm no expert on that. Anyway, I appreciate that. That very much helps me configure my position with respect to the variance applications. And that's it for me. I've got all the questions asked that I need.
Councillor Demona.
All right, and I'm not sure if you saw that Councillor was having his hand up too, but I think I had mine up first. I presume that the reason why the parking lanes are different widths on either side relates to the roadway width, and maybe the one on the business side is regulated to where the narrowest part of that roadway is on Connaught. It could be, I'm not sure, but if it's not, and what Mr. Correspondence is saying is true, before I go and ask my question, if that was rectified, then we're only really talking about 3 inches here. So, and the reason I was going there is because through you, the Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Correspondence, I just wanted to know that with this new setup, are you using current build that you already have, or would this be for everyone new build right across? Because I'm understanding that you're building a boardwalk that's flat with the curbside and the sidewalk that's at the same level to provide your seating area on, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You want to know if it's flat across?
Well, what I'm saying is that our decision if it gets approved here today and then eventually gets approved by PDAC, you're gonna have a boardwalk that's flat with
The sidewalk.
the sidewalk.
The decking boards will lay 18 inches in depth right on top of the concrete of the sidewalk. And then they won't be completely flat because of the curve of the roadway. But it will be flat enough for people to sit at. And so I think the variation in the level is like 2 or 3%.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, it'll be a flat deck so that we can have tables and people will not trip.
So what I'm asking, I guess, is that already built, or is this where this decision is going to, you're gonna build something after?
So we currently have over $13,000 in lumber being held at Jasper Lumber for this project. So we are waiting on a few other material items, but in the event that this is denied, yeah, we're in a pickle. We understand this is time sensitive for everyone, and we've done our best to manage that time. And I can't speak enough to how complex this has been to try and find a path and a design forward in a void, in an absence of regulations. And I did reach out to Neil many times and ask him, like, can you give us some idea of like what's allowed? He said, what's allowed is on that page. And I said, well, we don't know how to build this. The other complicating factor was that all the contractors and engineers that we reached out to were very busy from January on. I had used Craig Hartsmith's in the past, and he's been very helpful, done even some pro bono work for us, and I offered to pay him whatever the fee. He just didn't have time. We were able to get these drawings done with Steve Colbath after I submitted a hand drawing and was told by Neil the hand drawing wasn't good enough. So he gave us a little bit of his time and worked overtime to get this done so that we could present it to you and to Neil. And so we could have a very defined definition of what this patio was going to look like. We're just working with problems there, not problems like an inability to get the right people and the right skills involved to determine the parameters, but then also build what and design what we need to present. And so that's why we're here so late today. I mean, I won't lie to you. There were months here where I was over it. I wasn't going to do it anymore. And thanks to Suhas, who really kept me going. He's like, no, we need to build this. Like, we have a right to build it. And we've done so much work over 3 years, but there was a delay in me thinking it was just not feasible with the given rules. And that's when I came to the determination that if we were to present something to you and ask for variance, maybe it would be worthwhile. But up until this point, we really did not believe that anything feasible could be built in those spaces that was worthwhile. If anybody has built spaces, I guarantee you that they have a different situation than us. But for us and our logistics of building this, it has been difficult. And then not knowing until Friday from Neil that the second variance request was going to be needed. And I do apologize that it wasn't submitted first, but we didn't know till Friday that there was an issue with us sharing those parking lanes. And we went on the design based on the fact of where the painted lines were for those parking stalls. So to ask him, what is the measure, or what is the definition of what parking stalls is, you can use from the edge of your building to the end, and whatever parking stalls are there you get. And I said, well, how do you define the cost of those if they're not full stalls? Do we measure to the centimeter and then do a formula? And he said, I don't know, you'll have to ask somebody else. So, well, that seems really poorly planned. Like, we understood that we could get up to 3 stalls in front of our business. And so I understood that if I was sharing a stall with somebody next door, that would be my stall and his stall. But if I was to give a permission from my landowner for what amounted to 30% of a stall versus who has to have 2 full stalls, I didn't see a problem with it until Friday when Neil said there's no provision for that. There is no provision for that. And same thing with the other stall you see on the last page for North Pace's stall, which would encroach a little bit on the business next door. So it's a much smaller section, but we have 2 options there, I guess, is to not use the stall, which is what Neil said we couldn't use, so then limits us completely as to how much space we could use, and it's less than we used last year. Or we could ask for permission to use it, and we did ask for permission, they said, no problem, go ahead. So we just don't understand why the provisions weren't put in place to understand that and how the stalls were supposed to be used. We understood the price of the stalls and what the stalls size was, and we built a plan based on that. And then at the last minute, we were told, well, there's a complication here because those stalls don't even fit inside your property line. Does that make sense? Did I answer the question properly?
Yeah, I believe the question was answered. And I think I understand what you're saying. So for me, I was going with, were they using existing framework that's already there and just wanted to keep doing what they were doing, or is our decision going to, you know, being that there's going to be more expenses by the business owners incurred on the new build? And I think that's the answer that I got. So, you know, we're setting precedent here by allowing certain things if we're going to go forward with that. So I just wanted to keep that on the forefront, and anything that gets done here today and miraculously gets passed by PDAC. And you know, to make a comment about the framework, I need to keep going on that. You know, we don't have a PDAC because we don't have land use planning and development. So essentially that's what we are doing today. So I apologize for not having any specific framework, but eventually I think we will have. So again, I appreciate all the information here, and I would like to have a debate on motion.
I recognize Councillor Wilson, but I noticed that Director Nadal had her hand up, and I thought that may and finish the first, first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I will not engage in commentary on information sharing on between my staff and applicants on standards that were published in January. But I would certainly like to clarify Councillor Demota's question in terms of the variances being requested. So as I understand it, and based on the submission we received, the extension into to use part of the sidewalk is submitted on behalf of all three applicants. So being Mr. Correspondence, Mr. Suhas, and Mr. Bango. And so that would apply for all three applications, that variance. And then the variance around the maximum size, so the stalls being located immediately adjacent to the building that the business is located in, that one specifically is for the Wafalato property. So based on the plans that we received, which require additional detail for the full permitting process to be completed, but the stalls applied for by Wafalato were also going in front of the next building. So that is the variance specific to the standards. So adjacent only to the building the business is located in. But that one only applies for one of the applicants. So in order for you to consider those variances, one is for all three properties, and one is for Wafalato specifically to extend in front of the building that downstream is located in, is my understanding.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Wilson.
Well, I will make a motion, but just to speak to what Director Nadon just said, I think the downstream as well is in that same scenario, because if you're looking at the Wafalato extends into the downstream space, while their downstream space extends into the Mountain Air building. But really, it doesn't matter.
Councillor Wilson, I think you might have caught me on a technicality, which I think you might be right that the Clock Tower Mall is actually two buildings,
Sure is,
which
it
was
is.
unknown to me until recently. So you are correct then, that technically based on civic address or tax roll or however you might want to determine what is a separate building. For all practical purposes, we thought it was one, but I guess you're right, it's two.
Yeah, but it does, you know, both of those stalls do have some type of frontage in the building that they're in, so I'm not sure that that's a big deal, but anyway. I would like to move us forward. I feel that the first variance request is pretty straightforward. I feel it's within our the parameters of our public use well, or. Commercial use of public space, that we already have, and so I believe that, I'd like to make a motion that the committee approve the variance of the parking lane application with, the encroachment of 18 inches into the sidewalk, so it being a sidewalk, or sorry, it being a parking lane, application, with the small usage of 18 inches of the sidewalk, I think we can prove that here today, and it wouldn't have to go any further, sorry. Lost my words here, but I don't think it would have to go any further than that. So again, to clarify, the motion is that committee approve the variance of the parking lane application with the encroachment of 18 inches to the sidewalk for all three applicants.
Any debate? Councillor Jamola.
Well, my concern is just the additional stall, and because we don't have clear definitions other than that the seating arrangement shouldn't exceed the limit of the property line. So, but we allow up to 3 stalls. So that doesn't really provide equity to everybody. The downstream could have 3 and allow only Waffle Auto to have 1.
If I may, as we're not talking about this, the parking stalls, we're talking about the encroachment. It's only variance 1.
Yeah, but I think they go hand in hand.
But that's not the motion.
Okay, I'll leave that alone.
Sorry, I recognize CEO even.
Just as a matter of process, I appreciate council, we've been at it now for some time. Maybe this would be an appropriate time to take a break. Administration could maybe assist in crafting appropriate motions. I think the first thing would be that these are, I'll look at Director Nazan, I believe these are technically individual applications.
That is-
3 applications from 3 businesses.
Yes, and that is how we have been treating them.
Yeah, and so we should treat each application individually. And so that would be one part. I think administration can assist council in framing, motions that would be there. I think, and it is important when making these kind of decisions, in my experience with matters dealing with property where you may be providing a variance. I know in Alberta, councils are typically required to provide their reasoning for those. And so I think administration can assist council with that if we had the benefit of a 5 or 10 minute break.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and although I hardly agree with the recess to sort this out, as part of the sorting out, I would just like to mention that in response to the motion, my view is that we should be clear if there is suggestion of voting on a variance, whether we are varying both of the items that I mentioned earlier, that is a clear pedestrian zone item, which says you cannot narrow an existing sidewalk, and second, orientation, which says it's one or the other. And I think we should, for the sake of ourselves, if no one else, be clear about this. The reason we're in this issue right now is because of lack of clarity previously. So I think we should be as absolutely clear as we can be. And from my perspective alone, and this may not carry the day, I think that there ought to be a time limit on this. That is, if there is to be a variance, it ought to be for a current year, because my thought is that we may change the standards. This has been a helpful discussion, but if we're looking at variances now, we might be looking at changes to standards later. And so the point that Councillor Melnick made earlier, where do we go with? How long do variances last, and do we just complicate matters further down the road. So I leave that as a consideration, while we move into recess to help or have the administration assist us in crafting the proper motion. I think those are important considerations.
So I'll call a recess now. It's now 11:30 and we will return to the table at 11:40. I'll call the meeting back to order, and I understand that Councillor Demoda has a question.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I understand there's a motion on the floor, and I think I was in the middle of speaking to it, and so regardless of what's happening right now, I know someone had asked me to keep my narrative short, so that's what I'm gonna do. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to administration, I'm just wondering with the operations that have existing encroachments, how long is the rest of their duration on further agreement going forward? Are they on a 3-year or 5-year, and are they all on the same rotation? So what would they be expiring at the same time? And the reason I'm asking is that if we're gonna have all these one-offs or suggestions by the mayor doing it for 1 year, I think it would be collectively better if they were all expiring at the same time. So my suggestion would be whatever we decide today to have it come up at the same time as the other ones, so that everything can be consistent in our application process. Does that make sense? So.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Demoda, the existing previously approved applications, I believe, were all on 3-year approvals. They were approved last year, and so they're 2022, 2023, 2024. And so I believe, and I'm subject to confirming that with Director Hakone, I believe any of those existing ones would be seeking new approval for 2025. Director Nadon, additionally, Deputy Mayor Waxer, Director Nadon is handing out potential motions. Administration is, well, I'll speak to what we're providing you. We're providing framing for motions that allows council to consider, discuss, and debate each application independently. Although for all intents and purposes, it'll look like one big installation according to the drawings that have been submitted by the applicants. But they are 3 separate applications, and so council should deal with each of them independently. Additionally, the page that you've been handed specifies what the encroachment, or sorry, what the variance is that council is considering. That's the numbered item. And it provides reasoning that council can consider. So they wish to debate that, and in fact, administration may take a different view than what's in there. But I think it's important that council illustrates in its motions why you're doing that, particularly when it comes to these types of use of property issues. And you'll see that there is a slight variance in the variance to the various motions. There's a slight difference in the motions that are there because each of the 3 applications needs something slightly different. And I will say that in the application for the downstream sidewalk seating variances, so there are 2: encroachment onto the sidewalk, and there's some justification that council consider, some rationale. And then there's an extension beyond the building frontage. The application appears to technically extend beyond the building frontage, if we're looking at property lines, because that building that we all would commonly think of as one property, technically 2, and so council can speak to that. And again, there's some rationale provided that council might wish to consider. On the Waffle Auto and Bearcat Pizza sidewalk seating applications, administration does follows the same format. Speaks to the encroachment onto the sidewalk and some rationale for that. And then council does need to speak to the extension beyond the building frontage. You will see that I have left the reasoning there blank. Because obviously it does not apply in the same way that, you know, the property that's downstream is located in is different than the property that Buffalo and North Face are located in. And so we can't use that same rationale. Council, when you get to move on motions, will have to consider what rationale you might have for why you're approving that extension. There's one that administration could see downstream, the others were more challenging to come up with a rationale, but I would suggest that council should include something. To be clear, these are not administration's recommendations. Administration's recommendation is that council deny the variance applications and maintain the existing standard. And I'll do this relatively lightly because we don't want to be oppositional, but that is the position that we take and I think are required to take. On the basis that it provides variances that will likely lead to precedents that may be used by other businesses in the future, and would begin to call into question the standards or the willingness of council to maintain standards that it approved through, I think, a pretty diligent public process that was accessible and available to all. I'll leave it at that. Again, I don't want to belabor the point, but administration, in terms of trying to facilitate the discussion, has provided potential motions that council can consider. And if everybody wants to make them, then you can discuss them, debate them. And with that, Deputy Mayor Waxer, I think the administration will rest and leave the discussion to council.
I believe that we have a motion on the table that we probably need to deal with before we start entering into anything else. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I will pull my motion.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
All right, I understand this is always more complicated than we'd like, and I apologize for that. And with all due respect to Mr. Gibbons' position, that much easier in a standard structured framework that everybody has to abide by. I will just reiterate that I think that is the fundamental problem here, is that the framework, as simple as you make it or as complicated as you make it, will not enable every business to maximize their potential and allow us to come up with the solutions that will allow the entirety of the business community to be able to use this framework. And there's no right or wrong here. We're going to limit everyone, or we're going to find ways to get the best possible solutions for each individual application. I think to reconsider how these rules are allowed to be assessed is the most important thing. I've come to you with solutions which hamper nobody and interfere with nobody else's business, also with letters of support from the business owners and the businesses around me. And I think that should weigh heavy in these debates. That is my position, and I think the position of many business owners, that some flexibility in this framework needs to be considered so that we can achieve the goals we want downtown. We all want the right aesthetic, we all want the right efficiency and the right ease of use for everyone. And I think that that is the main thing. And by limiting it also by time, Mr. Demota, you are putting yourself in a non-necessary position where you have to reevaluate every time. Whereas if we sit down and think this through, and if there is no critical exemption or hindrance to another business, that should be the only cause. If somebody comes down 2 years down the road and says, this could be better, or this is infringing on somebody's rights, I think then it should be considered, but not with a strict timeline. If we've done our due diligence properly here, there's always the ability to improve it down the road or modify it, but we shouldn't force it if it's working, just like certain things have worked for the last 3 years, and we should have learned from them.
Councillors, we have, thank you for that. Councillors, we have some suggestions before us. Is there anyone willing to make a motion?
Councillor Dakota.
Councillor Demona.
I'm not making a motion just yet. I just wanted to remind everyone that anything that gets moved today is getting forwarded to council. Committee is recommending to council, so whatever gets decided today and pushing it forward, that doesn't mean that council is gonna pass that at our regular meeting, which is the place and time that we're allowed to do that. Today, we're just making recommendations essentially to our next motions.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will start by moving that committee recommend council approve the following variances for the downstream sidewalk city application. Number one, an encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk. And number two, an extension beyond the building frontage to the west, subject to the letters of support from adjacent building owners.
CEO Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, I would suggest, and again, it's been my experience that in other municipalities, the reasoning for those decisions, so this is almost like council acting as an appeal board. And appeal boards will typically provide the reasoning for their decisions in their sort of their rationale in their decision, which is in effect the motion.
Councillor Hall.
I was just trying to be short and sweet. I can repeat it. I would move that committee recommend council approve the following variances for the downstream sidewalk seating application. Number one, encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk on the base of the encroachment is incidental in nature and does not constitute a utilization of both the parking lane and the sidewalk, and that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained. And number two, an extension beyond the building frontage to the west, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners on the basis that the extension to the west is functionally a part of the same facility.
Any debate? Councillor Wilson.
The note that it suggests that their pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained. That's what would that adjacent, approximately? Because I think that's, we might be suggesting that needs to be more than what's actually really required.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, from the information provided by the applicant, that parking lane is 3.2 meters wide, or 320 centimeters. Based on a schematic that was presented to administration and council, I think it shows that even with the encroachment, there is 3.29 centimeters available still on the sidewalk for pedestrian zone.
Any other debate? Mayor Harlan.
I appreciate the wording of the motion and thank administration for their involvement. For council, what is it that we are saying? I am concerned about introducing less clarity into the situation than increasing clarity. So if the standards are unclear now and need adjustment, they should be adjusted. The standards, to some extent, perhaps are too prescriptive in some respects and too loose in other respects. But there should be some principles that guide this to give certainty to business. And so what is the principle now that encroachments that are incidental are okay, but we don't know what incidental means, and are we now inviting every applicant to come back and say, well, this is incidental, we just need half of the site? I mean, I appreciate that is not the application, but have we clarified the situation other than for these particular applicants? And it concerns me if we enter into dealing with this by way of variance rather than challenging ourselves to take a look at the standards. We might just be introducing less certainty, and the whole premise initially was that industry needed certainty. Variances are anything but certain, so I have concerns that I'm not sure that there is an easy way, of course, to deal with the applications before us in a timely fashion, because to redo the standards is going to take a considerable amount of time. But I'm challenged by the uncertainty that we are proposing to introduce into an already challenging, and as Mr. Correspondence indicated, a confounding situation. We might be confounding it even more. That's not a yay or nay to the motion, but it certainly leaves me with a great amount of concern.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, I support the idea that, not all scenarios will be able to fall into the parameters that we set out. And I think this is not going to be the only variance that we see this year. I don't think we need to change the rules or the parameters prematurely. I think we should, invite the variances to come to council, and I think we'll probably streamline them a little bit quicker than today, but we'll have these variances, and then at the end of the season, we can take those variances and see what worked, what didn't, and work them into what will be an evolving set of regulation or requirements for patio seating. But we will not. I don't think we need to change the rules every time we have a variance. I think let's take the variances. Let's work with our businesses. Let's get them approved in what we think is like the best use of that each scenario, and then rework our regulations at the end of the season.
Councillor Demoter.
Well, based on what the mayor was saying about our standards, that I'm more inclined to look at things that way first, but I know that any decisions that are going to be made next week are going to have implications on current businesses there. And because I'm a puzzle guy, and please don't take any insult, but when I'm looking at this, I'm not an expert in land use and planning. I'm not an expert on a lot of the stuff that is required to make this information, to make these decisions. We have information, and we have an opinion and a recommendation coming from the administration. They're doing their jobs 24/7. There is more depth and knowledge on what the requirements are and the process that we've been working with. So I have to weigh that heavily on what we have in front of us. The other thing too, speaking back to the puzzle part, it would have been more, in my mind, appropriate to deal with the Waffle Auto request first, because that's the moving piece there. It's highlighted as North Face, but moving forward on the Waffle Auto thing would have been, if that didn't get approved, then we wouldn't have to deal with the number 2 request from the downstream. So to me, it would have been appropriate to deal with that one first. But however, just because of those things, I don't have anything that's current from the landlords there on either side that help us make a decision on whether they think that's allowable or not, regardless of the businesses go. And when it comes down to the regulations, I know that we're allowing up to 3 stalls per business application if it's applicable. So, again, we had this discussion, who's the business owner, the property owner or the people renting out front. So we have a lot of support and understood support from the applicants. I'm not sure if I have all the information. And hopefully we'll have more of that next week. I'm only going to move forward with what I know today in my recommendation to council with my vote.
Any further debate? Mayor Iron.
Well, even though I'm not entitled to speak twice on motion, on the basis that this is a recommendation to council, I would vote in favor of the motion. But I say now that, and as every councillor knows, that is not a commitment on how I will vote when this matter gets to council. I have continuing concerns, but I think we do need to move it forward. We've been at this particular matter for almost 2.5 hours. And we have potentially invited other members of the community to come and take another 2.5 hours repeatedly. Council ought to be engaged in governance issues, setting broad parameters. Perhaps as we get into land use planning and development, if we do, we have to rethink that, but we are moving into administrative matters in an uncomfortable way for me. That is why I'm still inclined to think that we should set standards by principle and let the administration deal with technical issues. So I'm not sure that this advances that agenda. But as I say, I will vote in favor of the motion for today to move forward to council for next week.
Okay, I will call the question. So all those in favor? The motion is carried. Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Maxer. The committee recommends council approve the following variance for the Rockefeller sidewalk seating application, encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters onto the sidewalk on the basis the encroachment is incidental in nature, does not constitute utilization of the parking lane in the sidewalk, and that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained, and an extension beyond the building project to the west subject to the letter of support for adjacent building lot, on the basis that their parking lane is shared with downstream.
Debate. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. Councillor Demoto.
I'd like to move that committee recommend council approve the following variances for the Bearcat Pizza Sidewalk seating application, and I'm assuming the operating business is at North Face. One, an encroachment not to exceed 45.72 centimeters on the sidewalk, on the basis that the encroachment is incidental in nature and does not constitute a utilization of both the parking lane and the sidewalk, and that a clear pedestrian zone equal to the width of the adjacent parking lane can be maintained. And two, an extension beyond the building frontage to the east, subject to letters of support from adjacent building owners, on the basis that the extension to the east is functionally a part of the same.
Councillors, any debate? I'll call the question then, all in favor? Motion carried. Where are we?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, actually, just before we complete this aspect of today's discussion, I wonder from administration whether the written material that was provided to council this morning from the applicants will be included in the minutes. Seems to me it ought to be part of the record. And if that is to be the case, I would ask that it be clarified now that the date on the submission is in error. It was provided to us today, May 9th, and it's dated April 9th, and I don't want a suggestion on the record that we had information a month in advance.
I apologize for that. That was a typo.
Your worship, administration didn't receive that package today. There were only copies for council, and so administration would certainly like to receive an electronic copy of that with the updated date, and we can ensure that that makes up a part of the public package of the minutes of this meeting. We also will ultimately need a full and complete application from the applicants, from the businesses, which I don't know that that's been completely received as of yet, other than maybe sort of standing items, and so administration will work with the applicant to ensure, ultimately subject to council's decision next week, that prior to receiving that full and complete application is provided.
Thank you very much, Mr. Correspondence, for the presentation, and
Are we still gonna deal with the umbrella?
Percentage staff is still in that, but
Okay.
thank you. Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, I apologize. I know that people have been waiting for another presentation and stuff, but I have a previous commitment that I have to temporarily step away from. I don't know if that's good time to take a break collectively or not. I don't want you to do it on my behalf, but be back.
What is the consensus of council?
If I may, I think we should continue.
Let's do it well. We can do the break. Yeah. The consensus is that we will continue and potentially take a break then at 1 o'clock in consideration of our of administration to ensure they have a sufficient break. Mr. Cassio, I invite you to the table.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My presentation today will be not 2.5 hours long. It will be short and sweet. I'm representing Mr. Suhal Sawat, the new owner of Councillor's Italian Restaurant. And I'm here because the patio that we have in place was developed and planned by me over the years. Our approval, and I'll ask you to refer to the pictures that I supplied with the information I left. Our approved wooden boardwalk has been in place for 3 years, and this year we'll be adding a painted black steel fencing around the perimeter next to the southbound traffic on Canal Drive. And we meet the height restrictions of 105 centimeters. The problem today is not with the railing or the boardwalk, but more so with the existing patio that we have. In reading the application and submitting our application, 0.66 of the application reads that the existing fencing shall surround the perimeter, and I took that perimeter to be the end of the boardwalk next to the driving. Our existing seating has a area of 91.4 centimeter railings with 2 levels of smoke black plexiglass extending 30.4 centimeters and 60.9 centimeters above the railing. If you look at the left of the bottom left of the picture, you will see the visual smoke glass plexiglass where the 3 ladies are seeing. That's the 12-inch or the 30.4 centimeter rise. And if you look at the right-hand picture, you'll see some markings on there that shows the existing railing, actually railings that we have that come up 36 inches. I have to refer back to that because I'm not that good with centimeters. Plus 12 inches, plus another 12 inches. We believe that the regulations and the stipulations of 107 centimeters were there put in to help those individuals that wanted to buy or purchase individual railings already fabricated to be put in place. This particular patio has been put together over 6 years at a cost of over $34,000, including the decking. I'm asking today that the consideration be given to allow us to keep the plexiglass partition. I have 2 requests, and one I know I'm getting in trouble from, but I tried to contact Mr. Gibbons yesterday, and his voicemail said he was out of the country till the 13th, and Mr. Jones was on day off. We installed the decking yesterday without an approved package. The installation was set weeks ago to not only install ours, but to install the patio in front of the Whistle Stop Pub, our landlord. We received a call yesterday afternoon from Mr. Jones saying that since it wasn't approved, we have to remove it. And also scheduled today is to come in the company that's manufacturing the fencing. And we're asking that bylaws order to remove the boardwalks to be stayed so that we can install the fencing. 2, our second request is that the 107 centimeter height restriction be removed for individual operators whose patio design exceeds the 107 centimeters. Sorry. Our second request is that the 107 centimeter height restriction be removed for individual operators whose patio design exceeds that amount with approval. And as our design was developed over 6 years to give our customers privacy, comfort, and more importantly, to stop the wind and dust that blows down Connaught Avenue. There's 3 panels that are 24 inches in height. The end panels, they're all visual, and we're asking council to make a decision post date so that we can get our patio put in place. And I'm glad to take any questions.
Councillors, any questions? I'll give you digest. Councillor Kelleher and
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through to Mr. Casio. Is it 1 unit or is it 2 separate units? The fencing or you have the plexiglass. Is that part of the bottom as well? Is all 1 unit built?
The original railings were extended 12 inches along part of the barriers and 24 inches on the ends where the wind blows in them. And there's 3 panels of the 24-inch high plexiglass.
Thank you.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Thank you, Mr. Casio. I think my question, however, is process related and directed to administration. I raised this with the previous applicant in front of us, and how they got here. And is this the same or different? That is, has there been a denial of the application and an appeal to you, Mr. Gibbon, who are not actually here, you're not back till next week. And it has that same process in all, are we in the same situation?
Your worship, it hasn't. So the applicant has submitted an application. My understanding is that the enforcement services manager informed the applicant they were non-compliant in some of these areas. And then after that, the applicant didn't follow up with the enforcement services manager to formally request a review or an appeal. That's why this wasn't on the council package as the previous variance request was. So administration is receiving this information today. I don't believe the applicant has a denied application, although administration has informed them the areas where they're not compliant. And I just make that distinction because as administration, our intent is to say, hey, this is where this doesn't meet the standard. If you wish to revise your application to meet the standard, then you can do so, and the administration would be able to approve it. But when my understanding is that when we provided that advice of where there was non-compliance, where it didn't meet the standard, the applicant discontinued communication with the enforcement services manager. So, and we're here today, and the administration has not yet received a completed application that we could in fact deny.
Mayor Ireland and then Councillor Melnick.
Sure, if I might just continue, again, directed through you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, to Mr. Gibbon. In the previous application, the issue of umbrellas was not something that was captured by the standards, but was captured by the terms and conditions and defaulted back to administration. When I look at the standards, it is unclear to me whether this issue is captured by the standards. So it says height, minimum 91, maximum 107. But it doesn't say to what that is applicable. It's clearly not applicable to umbrellas, I think. We couldn't have the height of an umbrella at 107. So it is there, it is, I think, indicative of an oversight by council to have approved that. But in any event, it doesn't say anything about perimeter fencing. The only place I find perimeter fencing is in the terms and conditions. And so there might be a live question whether perimeter fencing means the fencing around the perimeter of the entire installation, which would be the railing on the side of the walk around, or whether it means some interior attribute. And so I wonder from your perspective or the perspective of the administration, whether this is an issue of a variance from an ill-defined standard, or whether this is something similar to the height of an umbrella that falls within administrative domain.
Councillor Waxer, to Mayor Ireland's question, actually, as administration, I don't believe I'm in a position to be able to provide a comment on that, given that this is information that we received today. Unlike the previous application, where we had an application that was denied, where administration got to see that, where we had time to consider the issues at play. We haven't had that at the same time here. So I actually won't give an opinion on that. I would request that administration have the time at my level to review this and establish what our position is and what the variances may be. they were fairly well understood because of the information we received in the previous instance. In this one, we don't have the same benefit of that information, so I'm not able to give you even a broad interpretation of the items that are here.
Mr. Cassio.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. Initially, our application went in and I had used some of the wrong forms. I came back and Mr. Jones asked me for materials list, which they received. Okay, they also received pictures of what we were doing. And at that time, we talked about the fencing. We sent him the diagram of the fencing that we were putting. And he said, and he told me over the phone, he said, I'm sure that that will work. So we proceeded on that. And then came the part where we don't meet it with the existing patio. Where the plexiglass panels are too high. As he said, they've got to be 107. And I said, well, I don't agree with you. And I said, we're going to appeal it. And that's why I'm here today. But then he had a discussion with Mr. Suhas, and Mr. Suhas got back to me and said, the plexiglass panels don't conform. And that's where we're at.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Melnick, if I saw you at your hand raised.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wax. I'm going to defer to Councillor Wilson in the spirit of the discussions in the committee, the advisory committee. When we were looking at perimeter fencing, the idea of the perimeter fencing was to replace the Jersey barriers. From my understanding of how that developed, to find something that would be uniform, something that would create the barrier for the traffic flow and also ensure that children are not able to go into the traffic. And in that particular section, the two different heights were stipulated, which I understand are standard railing heights. So when I take a look at the definition of perimeter fencing, a perimeter is an outside, meaning it was meant to be the barrier on the walkway. Interior fencing, or the fencing, or how the tables are defined, or if there is any definition of any fencing around the tables, is not defined from what I see. And I think what maybe the mayor had alluded to here is that in the standards, we do have a standard for height. The fact that Jersey barriers aren't allowed, the spirit of the sidewalk seating standards are to ensure that there's a visual to the exterior and a safety. But we in here did not define anything that talks about how you do your segregation from the tables and the walkway. And I think this is where, to Mr. Casio's point, that looking at if they have an existing, or if they chose to have a higher separation between customers and pedestrians, it doesn't affect the pedestrian access. And as I'm looking at our standards, and the point has been made that, we drew together and approved a standard that was meant to make things uniform, make things predictable. People will be able to access building supplies at a reasonable cost over the long term, and have some knowledge that this would be here for five years or 3 years. Is that consistent with where the committee was going when we developed these standards?
Well, you lost me along the way, but the railings, yes, like 36 and 42 were like specific numbers and transferred into metric, were that 107 or whatever. But honestly, we were trying to make it like easy for people to get railings that are pre-made and that meet code. Not to say that any of these need to meet code, but you know, just straightforward in that nature. The only comment I'll make on any type of like barrier, there was some discussion about ensuring that the visual, like the mountainscape, is not impeded by these installations, and this one clearly isn't, because it's building side, it's not parking lot side. So we wanted to ensure the enjoyment of the town is not impeded by these installations. Perimeter fencing, that I'm not sure where else you went with that, but that's all I can kind of confirm from what I heard.
So I appreciate your insight into how the discussions went within the committee that came up with the recommendations, and as I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the height of the fencing so that it was consistent for individuals to be able to build their walkway around their sidewalk seating.
Wilson.
Yeah, so earlier I wanted to jump in here. I'm completely open into talking about the variances requested here. But one thing that did put me off, Mr. Cassio, was the fact that I think you might be trying to force our hand in the fact that you already have wood down on the street and your railing guys are coming tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the first part of it.
Well, council, I think, is willing to work with you on variances, but it doesn't seem like you're willing to work with us on applications, right? Like, I'm pretty offended on the fact that our staff hasn't issued you a permit, but yet you've got decking down and you have your railing guys coming tomorrow.
I haven't had an issue with any of the stuff.
But do you have your decking down?
And I'm not objecting to it. I'm objecting to cutting down a perfectly good patio to meet 107 centimeter height restriction. That's the only thing I'm complaining about. If you want to go back to the Jersey barriers and the boardwalk and whatever, 2 years ago, I asked to have a steel rating put in, and I was denied. I had to buy the Jersey barriers. 2 weeks later, the Whistle Stop Pub put their patio in, and guess what? They put in steel barriers. So at a cost of $2,550, we had to buy Jersey barriers, get them painted, which are now sitting over in the industrial. So I'm not complaining about, we're not complaining about putting in the railings. No problem with that. But I am complaining about the interior, the seating area, have to be cut down when those are visual barriers. You can see the mountains, you can see all the people walking, but it does help protect our customers who pay the bills or our guests to stop the wind and the dust. That's why we put them in the first place.
Yeah, sorry, you're avoiding my comment though. I completely support this patio. I support working with you to become compliant. I support the variance, but do you not support the municipality in the application process? Like you already have your decking down, you have your railing guys coming tomorrow. Is what you said. I'm sorry, clarify it. I guess.
We put the decking down because we couldn't get hold of it, and everything was scheduled. And we had a whole crew tractor the stuff in and put the barrier down. There was no intent to confront anyone or whatever, or to take I'm not sure of the word I'm looking for, but I got no ill feelings about it. All I'm trying is to be reasonable and work with bylaw, but sometimes it doesn't work on the way back.
Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I would like to return, as I did the previous application, to the process issue before we get into the merits. This is different in kind than the earlier application because process hasn't been followed. So what I am inclined to do is invite or encourage Mr. Casio to complete the application process. And maybe it will be denied and maybe not. Because it seems to me that perimeter fencing is not an issue for standards and a variance so much as it is similar to umbrellas and still a matter for administration. Now, I'm not trying to force administration's hand. They can decide as they want, but if it is denied in the first instance and then there's an appeal to CAO and it's denied again, it can come back here. The sooner it gets back here, the better. Even if we accepted a relaxation on the process, the very best that I think we could offer the applicant is similar to what we did earlier today, a recommendation to council for next week. I would be prepared to deal with the matter next week and see this sort of as a notice of motion. But it may not be necessary. If the application process is followed to its conclusion, one of two things will happen. It will be denied and appealed to CAO and appealed to us, or it will be approved and we won't have to deal with this at all. Either one of those things could happen in the next week, but they're not going to happen today in any of them. So procedurally, I think there is a different route. At the end of the day, it doesn't change very much because it could well be back before us. It meets the requirements by this time next week. Not quite this time, but an hour hence. So it could come back and that's the best we could have offered anyway. So I would encourage us to maintain allegiance to process, not deal with merits quite yet, and get the matter resolved through a common understanding of how the process is expected to unfold.
Mr. Casio.
I guess my question is, do I or do we not have to remove the existing? That's the question. The rest of the application is there. We qualified for everything else. He received all of the information he asked for, and that's the only thing that's left. Is, do we have to cut it? And I don't know where I'm going with it.
Obviously directed at me, and neither do I. The question that I have is that an administrative decision because it's part of the terms and conditions, not the standards, or will administration interpret the standard to apply to the interior, whatever it is, area. And so I can't tell you that. Right. I simply can't tell you whether this decision can be made at the administrative level until they get a chance to make it. And so,
Mr. Mayor, I don't know where to go.
well, what I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Casket, is complete your application
It is
process.
completed,
Well, has it been denied?
other than this decision.
Director Nadeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Mayor Ireland on the question with regards to the completeness of the application process. We have received an application from, let's call it Casio's Restaurant. Mr. Jones has been working with both Mr. Casio and Mr. Sallant on getting the information. And I believe that the application is near complete, with the exception of the height of the barriers was identified as an item that was non-compliant. And in fairness to Mr. Casio, the process about variances was not or is something that unfolded recently and that we are working on. And so from the bylaw perspective, the last communication we had for some time until yesterday was that the application was not compliant on the basis of the 107 centimeters. Then for a few days, there were other discussions, but nothing related to the permit application itself. And then we became aware that there was an intent to come to council today to discuss this matter. After which we informed the applicant that in order to do that, a formal request for a variance in writing directed to the CAO, which we could pass on internally to ensure that that happened, was the next step towards requesting a variance. That was yesterday. So the timelines are a bit challenging here. So we have not received formal notification that a request for a variance would be forthcoming. Therefore, the application permit or the application process has been at a standstill because it was non-compliant and we didn't have a request for a variance in writing to proceed with. So that's the status of the application on this specific property.
Mayor,
Well, to use a word from earlier today, it is confounding, and I appreciate that, but can there be an application for a variance before there is a denial? And has there been a denial? Or implicitly, has there been a denial that we can work?
Well, your worship, I'll just say, as administration, the process that we would typically follow is to identify deficiencies and allow an applicant to choose whether they wish to correct those deficiencies. I think that's what Director Don has described, the nature of the conversation previously. It's sounding like the applicant doesn't wish to correct those deficiencies and wishes to ask for a variance. That step of saying, okay, no, I want to do it this way, tell me I can't. And we've been very clear with other applicants that we are, as administration, our goal is to facilitate this exact conversation that we've had earlier this morning. We don't want to stand in the way of decisions being made, but we do need a very clear, no, I want it that way, deny me. And we will deny as quickly as possible and get an applicant in front of council as quickly as possible. So council can have the discussion and debate, and so that other members of the public who may have an opinion would have an ability to come and express that opinion. That opportunity hasn't presented itself in this case yet. We're the applicant to say, deny me, here's my letter requesting an appeal, which I think really has been provided today, but this is the first the administration has seen this request. We would do the same as we did with the previous applicants. We'd put it on a public agenda, we'd get it in front of council, and council would have the discussion we had earlier this morning.
Mr. Casio.
We'll come back with a variance. There's no axe to grind with anybody in any administration or whatever. It's just that when you're denied something, you have to be told why you're denied. You don't mean a variance, and if you don't agree with it, then what's the next step? There's nothing in the application of saying what your next step is. So to be chastised, I don't appreciate it.
The intent was not to chastise you at all. That what is confounding is the process, and I accept that. However, we still have a process to follow, and so what I am seeking on your behalf, believe it or not, is a clear denial to open an avenue for you to come to council seeking a variance. And I'm suggesting that if this is what that amounts to, that is, you're not prepared to adjust your application to meet this height requirement, then I think it is denied and twice denied, which allows it back to council. So as we did with the earlier application, committee only pushed it forward to council for next week anyway. And so it seems to me this can get on our agenda for next week based on the letter that you submitted today. So, and I'd be happy to deal with it that way. And I see some nods around the table. I think that accords with Mr. Gibbons' comments that process is important because it's not at any time when we deal with public matters, just a matter between us and the applicant. The public is entitled to know what is on our agenda. They may not weigh in, but if they choose to weigh in, they need some notice. So if it gets published on Friday's agenda, because we now have a letter that I think meets the deadline for it's at 4 o'clock on Wednesday, we have to have stuff in. So I can make next week's agenda, which puts you before us in any event. Typically, it would come to committee first. Maybe we can overlook that, but.
Can I get that variance in today?
Again, subject to, what administration, they say, it seems to me that this is it. It's just, it wasn't on today's agenda. It can easily be on next week's agenda because we've got the letter.
Thank you very much.
That was just me.
Yep. Mr. Given, I'm mistaken.
Do we need a motion to do anything, or it's just gonna be on there? Do we need a motion?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, I think the council is looking for a report, so you received an input. You know, if the council isn't taking action with that, but if there's an open question, so what happened? An appropriate step might be for council to make a motion to receive the application for variance from Mr. Casio for information and forward that request to the next regular council meeting. That would at least say something happened, we heard it, and while we're not dealing with it today, it will come up at the next regular council meeting. But I think that that serves the purpose of providing enough information for any interested member of the public to be aware that that's coming forward, and then directs that gives administration direction that it should be included on that upcoming agenda.
Councillor Herby.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Through you to administration. On what Councillor Melnick was saying, like, is it the perimeter? Or is it, like, is that something that administration would look into and bring us that information back next week? The interpretation of standards?
Recognize that this is an evolving process, and you know, we are claiming some space here and dealing with different issues that we're used to doing. So I think it's fair to say that there's a process that may not have been clear to everybody, and we're sort of building it. Somewhere else, an application would be reviewed, administration would have enough time to put together a formal report that outlines all the different issues and factors and provides council with a formal recommendation. We didn't do that earlier this morning. And so I think it's fair that we don't, as administration, say, well, we need to do that before we can consider this other one that's coming this afternoon. So I think as administration, we're comfortable. I will be comfortable providing an opinion to council at the regular council meeting. The documentation that's here is fine. We can manage that. I think it's very similar to what we received from the other applicants. And again, recognizing that as we move forward, I think we probably need some more rigor in our process so that it's the same for everybody. I mean, there's a matter of equity there to ensure that everybody's treated the same, and the public has that access to information, which I think is something that's a principle that I know council stands behind. So administration will be prepared to give a verbal perspective or opinion on the application if council chooses to forward this to the next regular council.
Would someone like to, sorry.
Yes, I will make that motion that the submission on behalf of the applicant for a variance regarding Casio's Italian restaurant be forwarded to the next regular council meeting to be included on the agenda.
Any debate? All in favor? Motion carried.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, there was just one other matter related to this application that I wanted to address. Unfortunately, the applicant has left, but just to ensure that the administration is being as transparent as possible, there is still the matter of proceeding on municipal property without an approved permit. Our bylaw does have provisions to address that. administration will inform the applicant of what those provisions are. There may be a space rental fee or a fine, and we'll ensure that they're aware of that. Again, just full disclosure that there are requirements around this, and administration's next step will inform the applicant that their application for variation will be going forward, but also to be informing them that they shall not be using that space, and in fact, that the time while it is on public property without formal approval, they may be subject to other consequences.
Councillor Wilson.
What is the fine structure look like in the, biggest?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for council, so I don't have that at hand right now. I can say that administratively, we do work with applicants that are occupying public space to provide some reasonable notice for them to be able to manage that use of public space. I just don't have it at hand right now in terms of what the fines are, but we would provide some notice to them, provide probably a timeline for them to rectify the situation. And so we would work through that typical process. This isn't the first time where we've had private use on public space, and we would ensure that we apply a consistent approach to that to any property owner.
Director now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Wilson. Without providing the detail, the provisions of the commercial use of public space bylaw is what would apply here. So someone utilizing public space without an appropriate permit would fall under the parameters of that bylaw.
We had spoken of having a break at 1, but
Should
it
we,
seems like a natural stopping point.
Should we-
Everyone-
There we go.
should we vote on the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we did. Did we?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
We didn't? Okay. I apologize. All in favor? Motion carried. So if all are comfortable, I think now is a natural stopping point.
I would just like to let my council colleagues know and administration that I will not be at the meeting for after lunch and on the road.
Okay, well, right, Councillor Wilson.
Can we confirm that we'll have quorum for the one topic that we have some people excluded on?
Councillor Melnick.
And Councillor DeMoto confirmed that he will be back after we take a break for lunch.
I think if I may, concern is with respect to agenda item 7.3 and which, if any, councillors may declare a conflict of interest. And so, excuse me, Councillor DeMoto will be back to replace Councillor Hall, who's leaving. But the 6 who will remain, how many will declare a conflict?
I voted declare.
And I would need advice as to whether it's a conflict for me or not.
And as such, I will need to declare same if there's a conflict for me.
Which potentially takes us down to 3, which is not quorum, which means we cannot deal with that item, but I suppose we can address advice to councillors over the break to see whether or not they have to declare, ought to declare, if they don't know, and maybe just excise that one matter from the agenda for this afternoon. I'd put it forward if we have to. We might as well get the rest of the work done.
What is council's wish in terms of time to And till 1:45. Is that?
Yeah, hours. Let's go to two.
Yeah. Okay, we'll resume at 1:50 then. Thank you. Welcome back. I think we we'll take on where we left off, which is now at, sorry. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Just on a point of order, I think we need to make a motion that we extend this committee of the whole meeting beyond 4 hours. And I make that motion.
All in favor? Thank you for that. If we move then to agenda item 6.1. Write-off request for utility billing, and I'll turn that over to you, Sam.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and I'll be supported by Director Malinchuk as well. But at a very high level, you'll see in front of you a request for a write-off of utilities. The applicant has their request in writing in the agenda package and details their view of the issue and reasons for asking for the variance. This is obviously outside of the administration's scope in order for write-offs. I think we maxed out at about $1,000. So 16,000 is a pretty substantial difference in our ability to do that. The billing that happened over the course of the early cycle this year. The applicant had just under 5,000 liters of water on the consumption portion of their bill. And that ended up for that billing cycle, leaving them a bill of $16,875.55. They are requesting some waiver of that bill. And administration is prepared to answer any questions that council might have. But again, this is outside of administration's variance authority, or sorry, I've said variance so much today that I'm substituting the wrong term there. That's outside of our authority to provide a write-off, and so that's why it's here to pass.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wexler, through you to Mr. Gibbon. I'm curious what the normal bill for a 2-month cycle would be for this individual.
I'm not certain if we have that information at hand. Director Malinchuk may be able to answer to what is applicable. I'm not certain we have this particular customer's typical billings. We can also provide council a little bit of context about the amount of water that actually is. It's there in liters, but I would give you a little bit of sense of scale as well. But I'll have it to Director Malinchuk if she has a sense of sort of what a typical billing would be.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Keller MP. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that at hand. We can bring it most definitely, but this building was actually not in use for a long time prior to this occurring. So I don't know if we would have much of a record for quite some time.
Thank you.
Wilson.
2 questions. First question was, just out of interest, at operations with the water modeling computer system we have there. Do we have any like safeguards or checks where if there is some usage on a certain meter that's out of the ordinary, that puts up any red flags for users? Because well, I guess the first question there.
Well, at this time, with our 2-month billing cycles, our meters are only read on that sort of 2-month frequency, so we don't have that level of information on a property by property basis. In a, in a timeline that would allow this to be discovered. Certainly, when we see that, we would inform the property owner. But again, with the way that our meters are read, we just don't have it on a sort of day-by-day basis. And I'll add to or allow Director Malinchuk to add to that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. So, yes, basically it's done every 2 months, but it is read every 2 months, whereas a lot of I find that there's a lot of communities or entities that will read once and then give an estimate the next month and then do another reading. So they're kind of following the same guidelines that we are in reading them actually every 2 months. So I did get the information. It was looking at about 1,300 total for including all fees. So this using the CCC model. So quite a drastic change from the period before to the next period.
Okay, thank you. And just a second question, just out of interest, is this a residential or commercial property?
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Wilson, it is a commercial property.
Councillor Demoda.
Yes, I'm glad that question was asked, because I think knowing the ask here, it says all or a portion of it, and I would consider the relieving a portion of it, but there's cost to purifying that water, and so that, and there's also cost to the other side, the sewage part. So I don't think that comes into play because it was a leak, and so that goes off to groundwater, stormwater, wherever that water went. I don't know, maybe it did go into the sewer. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to. It did. Okay. So then, what's that?
Sorry. Yes. Administration isn't aware that there was a leak that affected any other part of the property. Some rough calculations from Director Breedhead suggest that to be able to do that volume of water would have been running at about 58 liters a minute. So it's pretty high volume. And so that's something somebody would have noticed had it been going anywhere other than it.
Right. So I think, like, to me, it's when I was reading that, it sounded like there was something the size of a fire hose that was going off for 2 months. So to incur a cost of $16,000 is hard to know, especially in the winter time. Like, didn't that water freeze, or So when I was reading all this, it's got to be treated on one end, so there's got to be a cost to that, and I know that's worked into our CCC model. I don't know. It seems kind of a weird scenario. However, it does look like it's an accident, but there is some negligence here. So, I feel like we're almost like judge and jury on this thing, which essentially we are, and it's a difficult thing to wrap around. I don't know if I have all the information to make a sound decision. Thank you.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Can administration advise of the breakdown of that $16,875? That is, what portion of that is actually consumption at the tiered rate, and what is capital and what is connection? I mean, because there is a breakdown, and the letter suggests that it's all consumption, but I assume that it's not all consumption.
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Waxer. I do have the information coming to me shortly here. So we can provide an update in a few moments. Is generally consumption though, that would be the flat fees that you would see for the size of the meter that we have on that building. So we can calculate that out, and definitely, because that would normally be charged anyway. The consumption part is what probably would be the issue to look at. And then also considering the cost of what it is to ensure that that water was treated and whatnot.
Right. Again, I can only speculate as to the makeup of that charge, but I'm inclined to think that perhaps I would accede to a diminishment of the consumption charge, but the capital and the connection fees should remain. Whether you're away or not, you still get that benefit from being connected to the system. So if we are able to better quantify just the consumption charge and then perhaps compare that to a normal consumption charge, it sounds like it would be almost zero vacant if the building is vacant, but I don't know. Anyway, just a bit of information that would help me make a determination.
So Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Roxer. The letter does say 4,999 liters. That's actually cubic liters of water as opposed to just liters. Is that correct?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Melnick. It was, yes, cubic meters. It should have been, it's stated in, I'm looking at the bill right now, and it is 4,999 cubic meters.
Thank you for that. And one interesting point to note about the reference to monthly billing. We in Jasper do bill every 2 months. If this was bound, they bill every quarter. So depending on when the person would have realized that bill could have been yet another 1/3 higher by not having the due diligence in their building.
Councillor Wilson.
How long has the building been unoccupied?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Wilson, there is a portion that would be occupied, and then there's a portion that's been unoccupied, and it's the largest portion and the commercial portion. I just remembered that there are residential apartments above it. I don't know how I forgot that, but anyway, the commercial portion, I would say it's been 3 years, I'm guessing. It's been a long time.
Shall we wait for that information? Yeah.
Yes, I have that information at hand now. So it's approximately $22,238 of the amount that was, sorry, just 1 second, my computer. The entire bill. Terribly sorry, just 1 second, please. Thank you, for the time. The entire bill was actually $23,285. Now, there's 4,999 cubic meters of water consumption and then also sewer consumption. So the water actually was 5,363. And then he commented, or the client commented on that the sewer amount only, which is the $16,875. The water connection itself was $143.59. The sewer connection, so basically also if you look at the bylaw, it's a 1.5 inch connection. The sewer connection is $73.07. And then the water capital is $206.67. And the sewer capital is $350.62. Nope, sorry, reading wrong line, $155.63. The 350 and the 116 is actually garbage and recycling. So of that amount, just over 460,000 is for garbage and recycling.
Just I think from there, the most useful part, as I was seeing that with Director Malinchak, is that the consumption charges of water and sewer add up to just over $22,000, so $22,238. I believe is what it was. The applicant is asking, in essence, asking to have the waiver on the sewer charges of $16,000. They would still have water bill of $5,363 based on those volumes.
Councillor DeMona.
Again, for clarity, based on what was discovered or understood at the property by administration on review, do we know in fact if that water went into the sewage system or did it go into the storm system? Because to me, like the cost of treating that water, I mean, it probably didn't need to be treated to the certain degree that gray water might have, but it did go into the sewage treatment plant, so there's a cost to that. And if it went into the storm water or just went into the ground somewhere, then that's a no-brainer for me. So I think that has an effect on my decision. And I just don't know if it would be out of place to ask to come back for a recommendation on what to waive based on getting all the information.
See, we're in.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, I don't relish this role, but as administration and the keeper of rules, property owners have an obligation to conduct due diligence on properties they own or manage. Administration would recommend that council not waive this amount. So, and that's why council has the authority to provide this kind of waiver or write-off if you so choose, and if you think that there's an equitable way to do so.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Just on the sewer, do we know if it went to the wastewater treatment plant? Do we know if it just ran off? Like, do we know actually what happened with the water?
For Deputy Mayor Waxer, I don't know that we do. I don't know that we would go and inspect somebody's property to help them ascertain why they had, a leak. I think the property owner would typically have that responsibility unless Director Malinchak tells me that we did go and inspect somebody's property to help figure it out for them. But again, in terms of the volume of water that's here, 58 liters per minute for 2 months straight. The only way that isn't being noticed is if it's going into something and not out onto the ground and being soaked in. That's enough to fill up. And I'm trying to remember what Director Reed told me. It's enough to fill up the swimming pool 10 times.
Maybe not 10, but
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, so the volume of water here is pretty significant. And so whether it was the storm sewer system or the wastewater system, I can't say.
Right.
But I do know that it wasn't just going on to onto the ground as surface water.
Councillor Demona.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So I think a lot of what the billing cycle and the actual concept behind billing goes, especially for consumption is that what is getting metered is what's coming in, and the analytics or the assumption of what's going out is based on what's going in. But if what's going out isn't getting treated, which is the concept of the double billing on the, not the double billing, but the billing on each end, and I'm okay with waiving it if it didn't get to, so are there any metrics or measurements that can show that we had an increase in 58 liters a minute going to the wastewater treatment plant? I know that's a hard one to assess, but I need some clarity on that because again, I'm in favor of waiving it if it didn't get processed. And if it did, then there's gotta be a cost attributed to it. And again, I did say that there's negligence on, at the same time, we're here to help our residents. So.
Councillor Kelleher-Emby.
I'm just curious because it's winter, was there a bleeder on in that building? Was that what got hit? And you know, because normally if you have a bleeder on come June, you get rebate. And we match it to your bills the year before, so I'm kind of curious if that was part of it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, there is no bleeder in that location.
Just anecdotally here though, was it in fact a swimming pool that we're talking about here? You don't notice it emptying if it keeps getting filled up.
Mr. Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. From what I understand of the bill, this here is the only portion that's being contested. All the other components of the bill, the water consumption, the connection charge, the capital. This is strictly the sewage portion of that amount of water. That's correct? Okay. And certainly if the rest of the bill is being paid, I think we have an opportunity here to do some potential forgiveness in the spirit of working with our business community. And there could be an opportunity where the fact that this was an error that occurred, that there probably could be a view of maybe a 25 or 30% discount on this amount. It still have to be processed, it still have to be taken care of, but I don't want to set a precedent of a significant discount for something that would be the normal course of operating a building.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I did get confirmation from Director Greathead that it did go to the sewer. So wastewater treatment plant is where it ended up. Just for clarification on that tidbit of information.
Is someone prepared to make a motion? You're not.
I am not the one prepared to make the motion, but before a motion is made, I have two questions for administration. Can you recall any similar situation? Have we granted relief in a similar fashion based on exceptional circumstances? Not identical to this, but anything similar that you can recall? People occasionally come to us for relief, but not like this. And secondly, we might waive a portion of the fee, but the cost is the cost. And if we waive the fee, where does the cost land? Does it land on other users of the system, or does it land in the tax realm? Like how is it picked up? Because we are not going to waive the expense. We're just going to potentially relieve a user of some portion of the expense.
Deputy Mayor, to your worship. Yes, so it wouldn't be directly put to other ratepayers. That budget might be over budget if we don't collect the money, and we might see more of a deficit in that area should we not bring in the revenue to offset the expense. We wouldn't change everyone else's bills to cover the cost. And based on the question about whether or not if there was another scenario, I guess one of my staff members tell me, I don't remember this, but there was a situation where there was a basement flooded by a toilet, and there was a request that had to come to council as well. Obviously not to the same caliber. It was more in the couple $1,000 range. It was over the 1,000, but so it did. I do not recall that at all, but somebody has a better memory than me and just reminded me. So.
I don't remember the decision on that one, but that was the pre-CCC model. And, you know, again, the concept behind the 3 Cs, part of it is to help recapitalize our equipment and operations over there. So having said that, 58 extra cubic meters per minute, whatever it is, liters, cubic meters, I apologize, was a certain wear and tear on it, even though it was just for 2 months. We had to use chemical, all these other things to maybe clean already semi-clean water. Like I said, it's not your normal gray water that would go in through the sewer system. So there's still a cost in that. I'm in favor of waiving a certain portion of that. I don't know if I have the right judgment tools right now to say, well, how much of that would it cost us to clean that water? So I'm willing to waive some of it, at least. A, because there's negligence there. B, because there's a municipal cost to that. And yes, it may not get reflected on other ratepayers, but there's still a cost of operating and the extra operations, wear and tear, and then the chemical again on and all those other things. All the things that analyze that, the computer systems, like it just goes on and on and on. Anybody that's taking a trip out there knows how many layers there are to what's going on. So somebody's got to pay for that process.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. We've had an opportunity for debate, and in the efforts to move forward, we have a request here for some consideration of the matter. And as I said earlier, I was thinking of a percentage amount And in order to move this forward, I would move that. I would recommend that the council that we do have a opportunity here to show some leniency. And I would like to move that this particular ratepayer be given a one-time a reduction of the 16,875.55 by 25%. That'll work out to just a little over $4,200 of a reduction in their bill. But for all the reasons that have been discussed here, there is a true cost of this particular event. And we right now have some of the lowest water rates and sewage rates that we've had in the last 10 years. Had this happened prior to the CCC, those rates would have been 3 times as high, and we would have been looking at a $40,000 bill at our old water and sewage rates. So I think, given the way that we have our CCC based on consumption, that 25% reduction of the $16,875.55 is fair, given the fact it's not affecting our long-term recapitalization of the plant.
Open for debate, Councillor Hakone.
Well, at first I was gonna ask if that was an actual motion, so I guess that is. And just to clarify on that motion, so I thought I heard originally that you wanted a 25% reduction, but it's actually a 75% reduction. So you're saying that they only cover 25% of the bill, or 16,000, 1/4 of that is 4,000. You're saying reduce it by 4,000? Okay, I was going in the other direction. I was gonna say just cover the cost of processing it, and they should only pay 25%. So I'm not, I think that we can have a little bit more leniency that way, because it's just no one's paying for it, but other than the use of what actually got processed. So to me, I think that's too conservative.
Is there other debate? Councillor Kelleher MP.
I could see it 50%. I think 25% is too low. We cover the costs, if we take 50% and we pay 50%, I think that's fair.
Would you consider that as the amendment?
Before we get there, sorry, just before we amend the motion. I had written down as I was listening, a 2/3, 1/3 split. I think that in any event, it has to be more than 50% on the ratepayer. So 50%, we are not, I think, the least bit responsible as a municipality. I'm prepared to extend some compassion, but a message has to be sent that this is somebody else's issue for which they have to be responsible. And I would have been happy at the 75%, 25% rate that Councillor Melnick suggested initially, even though I might have been inclined to be a little more generous. But at the end of the day, whatever the split might be, I am not prepared to say 50-50. But I would find something that puts more burden on the ratepayer and less on the public, which we represent. So I leave it to Councillor Melnick as to whether or not he wants to adjust his motion, but in principle, my view is that we should not be taking more than 1/3 of the responsibility.
Councillor Demona.
just to ask for a point there. This was gonna go to council next week, I was assuming, because we're not making the decision today, so it's a recommendation of council, and I was hoping by then, regardless of what got moved forward, that we would have a better understanding of what those percentages are based on. So for me, it's just an arbitrary number, whether we're gonna go 25%, 50%, all that, and it's not really based on any real math. So I understand the concept of forgiveness and I understand the concept of holding others accountable, but you know, in the spirit of moving things forward, I was willing to just get it to the next agenda and then hopefully get a little bit more information so that we can make a little bit more of an analytical decision on it. So I'm in favor of anything that's in front of me just to get it going.
I have a question. I just wanted to confirm the 16,875 is only the sewer charges, the actual consumption charge of the water is another four-ish.
Yes, your deputy mayor Waxer, the only amount that was stated on there is the sewer consumption of the 16,875 and 55 cents.
So the client was in fact willing to take full responsibility for the using of the water,
I believe
but
so.
not asking for forgiveness of the other part. Thank you. There are
I presume a point of order. I just want to understand the motion put forward by Councillor Melnick, given Councillor Demota's comments. I did not ever consider that this is going to go on again until next week. It seems to me that if I understood the motion would be a motion from committee to direct administration to apply a discount. The suggested discount is 25% of the $16,000 amount. So it would not come back, in my view, next week. So I don't know what other information Councillor Demota might require, but if there's something, I would say get it now, because I was prepared to vote on a motion to direct administration today and be done with it. And Councillor Melnick was brave enough to start the bidding. So I'm happy to go along with that, even though I might have been more inclined, but I didn't make the motion.
Councillor Melnick.
Well, we do want to move this along, and having done the calculation for a 1/3, 2/3, the motion to ask administration to provide a discount to this ratepayer would now be in the amount of $5,569, which would be approximately 1/3 of the 16,875 and 55 cents that they have requested, and would satisfy the fact that it's the bulk of the responsibility. The responsibility entirely is on the ratepayer. We're showing some opportunity for that reduction in the amount, but it still does cover the true cost of processing this water through our plant, and doesn't unnecessarily burden the rest of the community. So I would accept that friendly amendment, I believe, from His Worship, of the 33% discount, and for clarity, that was a $5,569 discount to the existing sewage rate that is being asked for.
Any debate? Councillor Demota.
I do want to clarify, I'm not sure if there's an exact motion on it. Like, I'm not understanding the motion, because at first you said that we recommend to council, and now I didn't hear that the committee direct administration. I didn't hear you clarify the new motion. Do you understand the motion? Okay, so I thought so as well. That's all. I don't need to put you on the spot.
Councillor Melnick.
No, I think it's good that you put me on the spot. I think I was following the lead of his worship where we don't need to have this go to council. We can recommend or direct administration to do the discount at this committee as opposed to having this come up one more time on an agenda.
I think they want a motion.
Was a motion.
So could you repeat the motion?
I would move that committee of the whole direct administration to reduce the amount that the ratepayer is asking by 1/3. So that it reduces the outstanding amount by $5,569, with the remainder of the balance of the $16,875 to be paid by the ratepayer.
Any debate? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carried.
Yeah, I'm opposed. Just
Oh, sorry. One opposed.
And if I may, I'm just opposed because I don't think it was based on any concrete mathematics, and I didn't like the arbitrary numbers. So I support council's decision. And it was good debate.
I apologize that I missed.
Oh, no, that's fine.
And then, right, on to 7.1, and that's over to you, Councillor Jamoda.
Yay, well, I have a motion set up for this, and then it had a whereas attachment, not that we needed it, but you know, in review of our bylaw 110, which regulates licensing and the conduct of business in the town of Jasper, it was last updated in 2008, and Schedule B under fees set the rate in 2008, and it may need to be updated. So because we're looking at our strategic priorities in providing equity to our residents, and not only residential but commercial taxpayers, and I think that the business license review needs to be reviewed. So what I was going to put out there, and I'm looking for friendly amendments. I know that motions by committee can be a little difficult and long sometimes, but I've set this up, and I wanted to get your feedback on it. Be it resolved that committee direct administration to return to a future meeting with a Jasper ready recommendations for a new business licensing fee structure based on best practices in similar communities. The reason why I left to a future meeting and not committee of the whole or council is that it might get directed to the legislative committee. And then what I meant, a Jasper ready recommendation, it's just something that would be applicable to our community. And I know that there are other resort communities and maybe populations of 5,000 which have a shadow population of 20,000. I'm not sure where else that would exist, but something for administration to explore, and then come back to us with a recommendation on what a better fee structure for our commercial entities might be. And I only say that because there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between, for example, mom and pop organizations or businesses that might require $165 a year for a processing fee, or larger businesses which might require a little bit more from municipal operations and things like that to recover from. Or is it something that we could use as a leveraging tool to pass on to visitors, because we don't have any of those tools yet. So whether it comes in the size of an environmental levy or whatever it is. Like, I don't know what our parameters are with that or restrictions. So I would like to get a recommendation back from administration to see where some best opportunities for our community is in regards to business licensing. Does that make sense? I want to be as clear as possible on that one.
Do we have any debates, questions? Comments from administration? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Waxer through you to Councillor DeBoda. It is unclear to me what you seek from administration in terms of its review. So we have an existing business licensing bylaw and fee structure that is predicated on cost recovery. It's certainly possible to review costs and fees to make sure they still align with that overarching principle, which is cost recovery. But if you're introducing the way other communities use business licensing to raise revenue, that's quite a different matter. And I don't know whether you want administration to weigh into a policy change in advance of council figuring out whether there ought to be a policy change. And so I wonder whether it needs to be reviewed in that holistic sense, whether just referring the question to the legislative committee might be something to be done, so that at that level, there could be discussion about the implications of policy change if we're going to go beyond merely cost recovery, and then bring that back to council for a discussion so that administration, I mean, that's a pretty broad request to administration right now, it seems to me. I don't know how they proceed with it.
Well, I think in my mind, I was hoping to have this sometime before November budget time so that we can discuss, because there's a lot of things on our plates and other things coming. He's trying to cut me off already. Other things coming forward that are going to require or ask for external expenses, and we've already seen some. And every time something comes up, it's like, oh, why not use parking money? Oh, why not use some money that was left over from last year? Those types of surplus. So I don't want to keep going in those directions. So yes, it could be an opportunity to, offset some other levies in other areas. It might come back from administration that what we have is really good and it's better than other communities, and we should just stick to cost recovery. This is how it should be. But to me, in my mind, I think we do need a broader discussion. And if it is a policy change, of whether we think, a 200-room hotel should be different than somebody going around cleaning beer lines for a living. You know what I mean? So it's to me, it's like there's a cost of doing business in the community, and there are different operational asks. And if there aren't any, then maybe the system that we have is the right one that we should keep going with. So those are the recommendations I'm seeking, and that's kind of the direction I wanted to see if it's possible. Thanks.
CAO.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And so this is directly in Director Nadon's area, so I'll be a bit careful about committing our team to anything without consulting with her more directly. But I will say that if council wants to start to have a policy discussion, administration could bring back some information that discusses the range of policy alternatives that are there. Not necessarily calculating exactly what that would mean for Jasper, and not necessarily designing a proposal or a change, but maybe doing a bit of a survey of what is the what is the landscape with respect to business licensing today? And that would provide council some information to consider. So you could decide if there was a policy change, which type you might like to explore in more detail. That would ensure that administration wasn't doing a bunch of heavy lifting and detailed analysis and work on one specific thing that we don't know that you want. But we could at least bring a bit of a discussion paper that would start the thinking about the topic. I'm aware of some communities that have gone to a $0 or practically free business license because they're looking to collect the data for economic development. I'm aware on the other end of the scale of communities that use it as a revenue source. Probably Jasper's somewhere in between. And I think reasonably, we could probably have a little bit of a discussion about the major approaches that are being used in Alberta today or similar jurisdictions today. And then council could decide if there's any need for change, and B, if there is a need for change, which of those you would like administration to review in greater detail. So that's how I would interpret and respond to the motion that's on the floor right now.
Councillor Demona.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So then going back to a motion that was made on previous council, which was directing administration on a policy review policy. This does affect the priority of those items on that priority list. So this would be adding something new to that, which is I was trying to avoid. But if we're kind of in that process, and that's the steps that we want to go through, administration's already come back to council saying, we think these are your priorities from what was discussed. And now this would be like throwing a wrench into the works and throwing a new priority in there. And I'm not sure I want to do that either.
Director Nadeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through the Councillor Demota. We appreciate your concern in that sense, and I think this is not unlike any other requests that come from Committee of the Whole. So SLT would go back, and we have the opportunity to put a time frame on when we would get back to you. And a scope, as Mr. Given has described, is somewhat manageable. So it's basic research, and then we could come back, and I'm sure there would be more questions, and we can narrow down the scope. So I can't make any promises on the timelines, but certainly we can add it to the list, discuss what those timelines would be, and then your concern is documented and we can act on it.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and a question to Councillor Demota. So we're looking at just business licensing fees, which are covered in bylaw 110. We're not looking at other costs or other fees in the community at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, and I was just wondering if there was a better way, a better structure to collect those, and on a different concept other than cost recovery, if those opportunities are there. So we don't know exactly what they're like. It's not in my wheelhouse to develop these things or understand the reason behind developing. Just if there's a gap somewhere that could be achieved, or if there's an inequity amongst business models that might affect licensing, and we have the opportunity to either decrease it on one side or increase it on the other. If just having a flat fee is the right thing to do, those are the questions I have. So I'm not sure if that delves into the bylaw structure and schedules, or if that's an actual policy change, which I was having a little difficulty locating as far as the business license policy.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. content with the interpretation that administration has given to the motion. Although I'm not sure that's what the motion says, but if we're happy, and I just want to say that I introduced the word policy. And we do have a policy review policy, and we have priorities for reviewing policies. This is not a policy. This is a bylaw. I don't think we have a priority list to review bylaws. So we can do this, and I don't think it changes the policy review policy or the priorities in that. When I brought up policy, I meant generally speaking, what is the intent of the bylaw? And the intent is it's a policy intent, but it's not written as a policy. There is no business license policy. There is just a bylaw. So
Okay.
I introduced the word and it led to confusion. So that is my explanation. And again, I can't remember the wording of your motion, Councillor Demota, but the way it's been now interpreted by administration gives me comfort that they won't get embroiled in deeply into the policy debate that belongs here, but it could prepare us to have that policy debate.
With that, I'm wondering if Councillor Demota could restate his motions.
I'm in the process of rewriting that. So how about be it resolved that committee returned? That be it resolved that committee direct administration to return to a future meeting with a recommendation for an updated fee structure for business licensing in Jasper. Good enough. Okay.
Any questions, debate? I was sure there was one coming from Councillor Melnick. I think everyone's getting tired. So will I call the question then? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. We move on then to 7.2 appointments to Regional Assessment Review Board. Will I turn to you, Director Melchett?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Today is a request for decision that's being brought to committee. It's basically a housekeeping item on bylaw 245. Within the context of the bylaw, it states that there must be appointments of board members as well as designated chair and designated clerk. Therefore, you can see in the recommendations of who we could recommend to the positions. So we could appoint Michelle Deschênes as the designated clerk for the Regional Assessment Review Board for a one-year term. And Michelle is from Jasper. And then we could then, committee can recommend that council appoint Lee Beamish, I believe is how it said, from Hinton as a designated chair for the one-year term. And committee can recommend that council appoint Scott Wilson or Councillor Wilson, to a 3-year term on the board. And otherwise, there's just more information within the context about the review board within the context of the request for decision, and a bit of background information that I'm sure everyone is quite aware too. But this would set up the board for the assessment appeals coming forward in the coming months. Thank you very much. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through you to Ms. Mallory. I have only one question, and you landed precisely on it as you spoke. And so my question is council asked to appoint Scott Wilson or Councillor Wilson? Because there is a difference under the various articles. We can appoint a member, or we may appoint a councillor. And I'm happy to do either, but if we appoint a councillor for a term that exceeds the council appointment, do we set ourselves up? And so my question was, in the recommendation as it appears, I thought it intentionally said Scott Wilson, not Councillor Wilson. And on that basis, I'm more inclined to vote in favor than appointing a councillor for a 3-year term that starts now and of course exceeds council term of office.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, through to to Your Worship. Yes, I threw Councillor, that was my fault. I threw Councillor Wilson in as everyone knows him, Councillor Wilson. So it is written in the context as the person, Scott Wilson, not as the councillor position. So, and that would go in line with also the training that Mr. Wilson has attained.
Councillor Dakota.
Well, to me, there is a difference, and that does cause a problem, right? Because our term's over at the end of 25. We don't know what's gonna happen. And then whether it's Scott Wilson or Councillor Wilson, that has remuneration effects as well, right? So whether you can claim while you're there, or is it because if you're Scott Wilson, then it's a voluntary position, correct? And if it's Councillor Wilson, then it's not a voluntary position. Well, to a certain degree. So just to clarify that, it does get a little muddy in there.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer, through the Councillor Demota. I am familiar with this file as I was involved in the development of the regional board and wrote this bylaw. And I think in terms of whether it's Councillor Wilson or Mr. Wilson as a member of the community, I think it might, if we appoint Scott Wilson, then it leaves the door open to another member of council taking the training and being appointed as a councillor. So each municipality may appoint one member of their council, is a clause in there. But by appointing Scott Wilson, the individual, the municipality is responsible to appoint 2 or more members to the board. Regardless of the situation, training is required, and it is quite extensive training. So it's not a 2-hour online course, it's a multi-day affair. So the likelihood of another councillor becoming qualified and appointed is something we would have to keep an eye on if council appoints Scott as a community member. And as for the remuneration question, these are paid positions to be on the board, recognizing the training it takes and the complexities associated with it. And the compensation is the compensation that's in effect for council. So the wage is exactly the same. I guess the cost center internally from where the wages would come from might be something to look at, but so we have a specific budget line allocated to pay compensation for those members versus Councillor Wilson's wages as a councillor are accounted for separately. So a few nuances there, but if there is a concern about the length of the appointment in relation to the length of term left in the council term, appointing Mr. Wilson might be a good approach as presented in the report. I don't think that nuance was, we caught that nuance, but it's certainly worth discussing.
Councillor Wilson,
And correct me if I'm wrong, the past council appointed Paul Butler. Paul Butler continued to serve for like after he was not on council anymore for another year, and I think his term is up now.
That's correct.
Mayor Ireland,
I will make a motion that committee recommended council appoint Michelle DeShane Jasper as the designated clerk for the Regional Assessment Review Board for West Joliet for a term of 1 year starting June 1st, 2023. That committee recommended council appoint Lee Beamish Hinton as the designated chair for the Regional Assessment Review Board for West Joliet for a 1 year term starting June 1st, 2023, with designated chairs, remuneration and expenses to follow the Town of Hinton Council remuneration policy. And that committee recommended council appoint Scott Wilson to the Local Assessment Review Board, LARB, and Composite Assessment Review Board, CARB, established under the West Joliet Regional Assessment Review Board for a 3 year term commencing immediately until March 30th, 2026.
to each. Comments, questions? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. We move on then to item 7.3, the public transit RFP award. And Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Just before you invite a whole bunch of opportunities for people to recuse themselves by declaring a conflict of interest, I am going to propose that this particular agenda item be deferred to the next. Can it go to council? My concern is that I think potentially there are 3 members of council who are going to declare conflicts, in which case we will lose quorum. Rather than go through that and not have a quorum and sit here and not be able to do anything, I would suggest that we defer this matter to the next meeting of council. If I am wrong about who might declare a conflict and remove themselves, then I will rescind that motion. But if there are 3 who are going to do that, we're in trouble.
Councillor Demona.
Which meeting were you referring to? Because there's a good chance that this will happen again at the next committee of the whole. Because I don't think I'm going to be here.
I suggest the next meeting of council. So we need 4 people. One of them could be councillor. Well, would have to be.
So we probably need to vote on that, or do we just?
I think we can.
Are you going to recuse? Yeah, I think we can.
So, yeah, you make the motion,
I did.
all in favor? Motion carries. Moving on then to 7.4, council delegation to Hakone 2023. Director Nadone, would like to speak to.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. This is returning in front of committee following our last discussion, which happened in this format, was when administration presented a draft itinerary and cost estimate. And the motion that was passed at that time was by committee was to direct administration to work on next steps to organize a delegation, including the development of a more robust itinerary and including a discussion with the Hospitality and Twin Communities Committee on how to determine who will take part in the delegation. So that work has happened. We met with the committee, which is composed of Deputy Mayor Waxer and Mayor Ireland at this stage, and discussions around the itinerary led us to extending the trip by approximately 3 nights. So considering how far it is to travel to Japan, there was a sense that that should be longer. And initially, there was a discussion around flying to the Kyoto area, so to Osaka, and then returning from the Tokyo airport. But then after we received quotes from the travel agent on that, the cost of airfare was significantly more to do that. So the committee came around to a solution around flying in and out of Tokyo and using some ground transportation to do additional trips while in Japan. And that would allow to visit the Kyoto or Osaka area, but not necessarily by flying to it directly. And having that said, so by adding 3 nights and considering that the flights, so that is based on the same cost estimate we had for flights at the time, that the estimated trip cost for a 10-day trip has now gone from the $5,700 estimate to $6,900. And then the other comment or research that we did was around some excursions that could happen. So some guided tours while the delegation would be in Japan. And we have a list of those. We have not selected any specific ones, but they range from $100 on the lower end to $200 per person. And so adding some side trips, going to Kyoto, extending the trip by 3 days, the total trip cost is now estimated to be in the range of $8,000 per person. That is based on single occupancy. So if individuals were traveling together and wanting to share a room, that cost would decrease a little bit. And that is sort of the update on the revised itinerary and a revised cost of what it might be to go to Hakone per person. And so on that basis and with that information, we are presenting the recommendations as presented in the report so that committee recommend council approve a Jasper delegation to Hakone in the fall of 2023. So although the funds are already existing in the operating budget, so there's $10,000 set aside to support that trip, there was a sense from the Hospitality and Twin Communities Committee that this should still be a council decision to formally approve the delegation before those funds could be expended. So that's a bit of a variation to our regular process, but that came from the committee. And also, so on the basis of whether committee recommend council approve or not, the next step would be to set parameters for the allocation of the funding. So previously, the mayor's expenditures were funded entirely through that budget, with the balance of the funds available to be dividing amongst other councillors who wish to join the delegation. Council could, or committee could discuss that item and elect to go in that direction or choose a different way to allocate that funding. And the third recommendation being that committee direct administration to promote the opportunity to join the delegation to Jasper residents and secure commitment from interested community members. So again, at the Hospitality and Twin Communities Committee, there was a sense that community support for the initiative might be a factor that would influence council or committee's decision around whether or not to go ahead with a delegation. But at the same time, if administration is to do some work to promote the opportunity to community members, some level of certainty around the cost and the timelines for the delegation would be helpful, so people can truly consider based on their schedule and budget whether that would be something that they would be entertaining. So lots of discussion at the Hospitality and Twin Communities level, and definitely a sense for a broader council input. So from council sitting as committee of the whole, working through those items, and providing direction to administration on how to move forward was very much the consensus at the end of our subcommittee meetings. And I'm happy to take any questions you might have about the RFD.
Councillor Wilson.
I guess it is kind of in next steps, but have you kind of taken the temperature of any of the community to see if there are tentative residents that are interested in joining?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Wilson, we haven't formally put anything out in the community, although with the conversations around the conference that is scheduled to be hosted in Jasper this weekend, I know some of the committee members have had conversations with community members that have expressed some interest. Mind you, that is pretty limited at this time, limited in scope. So the answer is no, we haven't had a chance to canvass community members, and like I suggested earlier, getting some kind of certainty around the trip length and the estimated cost and whether council wants us to go there or not is kind of what we're waiting for.
Councillor Jamona.
Yeah. When I was reading through the package there, I found it a little hard to believe that no one claimed anything as being a representative, so there's no remuneration on expenses, because I'm almost convinced that I did, because that was the only way I was able to compensate my travel there. So maybe my records were reviewed, and I apologize if you did all that work. If that's not the case, because in my head, that's how I remember it. I could have remembered it wrong. It does seem a little exorbitant for now, considering that lots of us are going to FCM. I don't know how many of us are going to AUMA. That does come with a cost. What's being said here is that they're not recommending any extra compensation for councillors to go away, other than the $10,000 we've already committed to. There are opportunities to change that. I understand that. Another thing too is in the past it was mentioned that we funded the mayor's position completely back then. The mayor's position was funded completely different and based on different criteria, and recent history in the last couple of councils we've changed that. So I think there's still some things to consider here, and with the fact that we're potentially starting our exchange program again in 2024, I'm still in a position that we should wait a year. So if there was going to be a motion, please.
Councillor Keller-Hermby.
I would also like to see it in 2024. I've always wanted to go to the delegation. I ran it for 9 years at the chamber, but unfortunately this year I just can't attend.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I would indicate that while I personally won't be able to go, if there is an opportunity to send a delegation, I'd be happy to support that this year. Although from a planning point of view, next year might make more sense.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just I guess to weigh in, I would attempt to go either 2023 or 2024. There's a lot of momentum here. I would I'd lean to supporting 2023, the delegation before 2024. But yeah, I just want to, was willing to pay my way, etc. And yeah, if it goes through, very excited to attend.
And I probably fall in the same category as Councillor Melnick in that with the arrival of a new grandchild in October, I wouldn't be able to go again this year, but I would also support it. There was momentum for 2023. Councillor Demore.
I know it's been long and there's no motion on the table yet, so I'm taking the opportunity and just to discuss the merits of this. I would like to see this come forward at another budget cycle. The last one, it was put in there. We didn't have a lot of information on what it was going to be, and now I think we're better prepared on what types of things that we might want to go forward. I'm not saying that this is a scramble, but maybe that we can allocate dollars, whether it's surplus dollars or whatever it is, we have a better assessment of what we were able to accumulate in 2022. And if there's an opportunity to use any of that to go on a trip collectively and help compensate councillors for doing that, consider the amount. I don't think that we should be funded completely. But if we want to send a delegation with representatives from council, I understand that there's members of the community that are going to be invited to this. If there's an appetite to go, I don't want to hinder that. But at the same time, I think we're better suited for 24. So I'm ready to make a motion for that, unless there's an appetite to really push forward for this year.
Councillor Demore.
I move the committee direct administration to defer a delegation to Hakone to 2024 and bring it forward as budget considerations for that year.
Any debate? Councillor Wilson.
Unfortunately, Councillor Demore, I think I vote against your motion. I don't feel like we should budget more for. If I don't feel that councillors should be remunerated or compensated to go. I think that the momentum is here now, and I feel that should take the opportunity because you never know what's happening next year. It's travel is open and the opportunity is here. I think we should take advantage of it.
Councillor Demore.
That's fine. I can wait if somebody else wanted to speak.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through you to Councillor Demore. I just want to be clear, and I appreciate you are reading a motion from an alternative that you didn't actually write. But for the first part of the motion, that committee direct administration to defer a delegation to Hakone in 2024. If council votes in favor of that, or committee does, is that a direction to administration that we are going in 2024? And that decision has been made, and it will happen. It won't happen this year, it will happen next year. Or does it mean we defer consideration of the delegation and kick it down the road yet again? Because at some point, what the committee is struggling with is trying to get an understanding from council about whether or not they want to go at all. And it would be different to know, yes, council is supportive, but not until next year, or bring it back next year and we'll talk about it again. The committee is struggling with trying to come to terms with what it is that council really wants under this. So if I could get clarity from you about what your intent is in that motion.
If there is an intended friendly amendment, I would like that committee to direct administration to defer the consideration of the delegation to Hakone in 2020. and bring it forward. Right here. That makes it better. And I'm not ready to close, but if no one else has further debate, then I have something to further debate after Councillor Wilson's comment. Okay,
I think dealing with Mayor Arlen. What do you close?
Thank you for seeing my pensiveness. I am troubled by committee directing administration to defer when it is committee telling council to defer. And so I wonder whether the direction that comes as the fourth alternative to direct administration to discontinue work, because that's what administration does. They could discontinue work and let Hakone know that it's been postponed. And I suppose postponed indefinitely until council gives some direction about whether or not it wants to go. So I appreciate that it's semantics and maybe it's just me, but again, directing administration to do sort of our job is problematic. I think council has to decide at some point whether the 51-year relationship with Hakone is worth preserving in the sense that we determine that we will send a delegation. And I would like that decision made, and whether it's this year or a subsequent year, is of less concern to me than where we stand on our commitment to the relationship in terms of going at all. Some of that does depend on other members of the community showing support by joining the delegation. But it's difficult to canvass that level of support when we can't say ourselves whether or not we're even going and what the terms of the travel might be. So again, for the hospitality and twin communities committee to make some progress, we need to know more clearly where council stands on the basic idea of maintaining this long-standing relationship through a visit, which we have not had in 9 years, 11 years, quite some time.
Councillor Demota.
the reason why I was going to administration to defer consideration is because it was committee that recommended that it come to committee again. So we haven't made any motion to that council to move forward on this, to my recollection. So we do have a recommendation, council approve a delegation. So we could say the council defer if we want, or whatever the semantics are. I'm getting frustrated and getting caught in a loop here. And I'm just going to voice my frustration because I said that I was going to come forward with making this motion based on what I heard from other councillors. I don't think there's a huge desire, but some councillors are willing to make some consideration for this year if there's a bigger desire, and I didn't sense that. So I waited and there was a long awkward pause. No one was going to make a motion. So here's the motion. Regardless of semantics, if you want to vote against it, that's fine. If somebody wants to come up with another one. I don't feel that we're ready. I understand our obligations to our visitors that are coming here this weekend, and our commitment, but I don't think that we can commit until we get to a budget time, and then we're better prepared to do that. I'm not saying that we're worse off now, but I think we have more information and maybe we can have better information and get community input. Right now, I don't feel like I've heard anybody come forward or feel like there's anyone who's come forward. We've already decided that it's too quick to do an exchange for this year, and I think in concert with all of that, if we were gonna consider an exchange for 2024, we're making a commitment to that relationship. And I think by deferring this to the next budget cycle, that we are making a commitment to wanting to go for 2024. And so that's my position. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
My apologies to Councillor Moda, because I know you suggested you were closing, but if I may. Right. So in my recollection at budget last year, Mayor Ireland put a line item for a delegation, so forward for 2023. So we were here a year ago, and it was discussed, and we did put the wheels in motion, and that's why we're here. And so if we decide, well, yeah, 2023 is not the year, all of the work that's gotten us here will happen again. Like all of these numbers aren't relevant. All of the conversations that administration had will have to happen again. And if you talk about a loop, we've been in a loop for 9 years, and this is as far as we've ever gotten, because last year Mayor Ireland suggested $10,000 for a budget line item, and there was support behind that. I don't think there needs to be a second conversation at next budget to discuss the same thing. We'll just keep looping back into the same circle. So anyway, that's my piece.
I think that information's wrong. I felt that this came last fall, the $10,000. I don't remember a full year. When we debated it at budget time, it wasn't even on the radar. It was at the very lowest priority on our priority charts when the administration came with all that information to us. We asked them to go and do a bunch of work. The work is done. I'm not saying go and do more work. I mean, some new information can come. I would like to see requests for opportunities for proposals for other travel agencies to come up with some better things for us. I think even though we've been working on this since November or whatever it was, I still feel it's rushed. So that's just my own personal opinion. So whenever we're ready to move on, I can repeat the motion, but if everybody understands it, then
Yes,
I'd like to call it to order. The committee directed administration to defer the consideration for a delegation to Hakone to 2024 and have this come forward again for budget consideration for the same year. I try to get that as semantically similar to the first two times I read it. Thank you.
Councillor Keller-Hermby.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Baxter. Just for clarification, Councillor Jamona, so you're saying that delegation, we defer to 2024, but we, at our 2024 budget, that we make sure that the funds go forward for 2024.
We can do anything we want at budget time when it's in front of us. It's coming forward for consideration. We could add more money to it. We might just say this isn't financially feasible. Or we might find out by then. We can go and canvass the community now and see who wants to go and make this a bigger and possibly more enhanced thing. We have a delegation of 10. We don't know how many councillors can go right now, and the commitment. And then by the time all that gets decided, then we might be getting in. We've got summer and all that stuff coming up. I think if we get this is. Sorry. I've hit a wall. So motion's on the table.
So I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed?
No.
Motion fails. I vote motion fails.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Motion gets defeated because
October 23.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, my apologies for the awkward silence last time, Councillor Deloitte, I didn't jump to the table, so I will. I would make the motion that committee recommend council approve a delegation to Hakone in the fall of 2023. And that committee set the following parameters for the allocation of funding for the delegation. That the mayor's expenditures will be funded entirely through the Hakone Travel Assistance budget. And then the balance of funds available will be divided amongst other councils who wish to join the delegation. Further, the committee directed administration to promote the opportunity to join the delegation to Jasper residents and secure commitments from interested community members. And if I may speak to the motion, this doesn't mean it's happening, but it does mean that we're going out and we're going to keep working at a delegation in 2023. We're going to go out to the community members. We're going to find out if they're available and desire to go in 2023. We may hear that no, the better part, more of us can go in 2024. We may hear that, and then we'll be that much further ahead as your desire is, Councillor Demota. In 2024, right? So we'll be by the end of 2023 if we've reached out and nobody can go, or we don't have a large enough contingent, and we decide that we're not going to go to 2024. Then we have a list. We've moved forward, and we're not looping this back again.
Any debate? I'll call the question. Possibly.
Would this go to regular next week?
I'll call the question then. All in favor? Motion carried.
and again, I'm opposed.
Wonderful.
All right.
On then to 7.5 business continuity policy.
Well, now we get into the fun stuff. Now that trips and delegations are over, administration has a new policy to introduce to council to focus on business continuity. And the recommendation from administration is the committee recommend council approve the business continuity policy as presented. Just to speak to this at a high level, council and the community are all aware about the impacts of the community-wide power outage as a result of the Chatham fire last year. Obviously, that had an impact on operations of many businesses across the community, and also had an impact on general municipal operations, many of which couldn't continue in their normal form during that power outage. In the review of the after action report, basically looking at what happened during Chatham, it was identified that the municipality should develop a formal business continuity plan for our organization to be able to deal with instances like that. Business continuity is the process of planning and implementing measures to ensure that an organization like ours can continue to provide its essential services and maintain critical operations, as well as to recover quickly from unexpected events. Business continuity is a little bit different. There may be some question of how this overlaps with emergency management. Emergency management and all of the work that we're doing there really focuses on responding to an immediate crisis on behalf of and out in the community. While business continuity focuses on maintaining internal and long-term operations of the organization itself. So there's a bit of a distinction there. One is putting out the fire. The other one, business continuity, is ensuring that we still have access to our email servers so we can do internal municipal work. So oversimplify it really. The first step in developing an effective business continuity process is for council to establish the purpose, context, scope, and governance of a business continuity program. Really is up to council to define those areas, and the draft policy does that, speaking to key considerations like the scope, that it is specifically focused on the internal services and external services that are provided by the municipality, and that it is not intended to address any matters related to emergency response. So again, making that distinction clear. The policy in the standard section identifies the types of disruptions that the municipality should be planning for, and identifies that we should be dealing with both minor and major threats. And those threats that the policy considers in its standards are, of course, wildfire, extreme weather, loss of power, pandemics, labor disruption, or cyber attacks. Those are all fairly broad categories. And of course, there are subsets of each one of those. And the policy directs administration to consider and identify linkages or overlaps with our emergency management plan. It requires us to look at our municipal services so that we can ensure that we can define them, categorize them, and then prioritize them. Directs us to describe the conditions which would lead to a reduction or suspension of municipal service. As council will be aware, that can be a very challenging situation when there are expectations of the public and customers for delivery of a type of service, and a disruption may impact that. Having that prioritization can be very helpful to administration to be able to respond quickly, because those types of decisions landing at the council table can be very difficult to deal with. And the policy identifies that the business continuity plan should be presented to the emergency advisory committee for approval. I'll speak to why that is rather than committee or council. And finally, it talks to a review of the plan being every 3 years or following an incident where there is a major disruption or loss. Those are obviously key opportunities to learn something from what happened, to see how things went, and then to review or revise your approach. I'll just speak briefly to why the Emergency Advisory Committee is the entity that administration is recommending for the plan to be presented to. The plan will speak to a wide variety of critical risks within the organization, not necessarily something that we want to have on a public agenda that would be out in front of the world. And so identifying those vulnerabilities and addressing what our backup plans are is something that's better left in the forum where there is council oversight, but where it is a bit more private, because these are really operational matters. And again, speaking to the vulnerabilities of the municipality, which we don't necessarily want to have exposed out in a more public setting. This is a high-level policy statement. I believe it describes the scope and standards that council will need to speak to. The next steps from here would be for administration to develop a administrative procedure that would guide our organization on how to do this. And administration would likely begin some of the work and potentially identify whether there is a need for any additional resources in the 2024 budget. Ultimately, the business continuity plan will identify the resources that are required to support and maintain critical operations in the face of any major or minor disruptions. And administration recommends that committee recommend council approve the policy as presented.
Demoted.
Thank you. I know the intent of this is not to address emergency responses or matters related to emergency response. Would there be any consideration of state and local emergency as sole having any effect on business continuity? I know that there's identifying linkages that overlap with the emergency management plan, but I'm wondering if any of that would have an effect on this policy directly.
No, not directly, Councillor Moda, only indirectly. The sole itself of the declaration of the state of local emergency provides extraordinary powers and authorities to the Director of Emergency Management and its commander in that situation. What this really talks about is what are the what are the plans and systems that will be set up to support the internal operations of this town that need to continue. The best example that I can give, and I don't mind sharing it because shows that we sort of learn from things. When the Chetman power outage happened, we discovered as the ECC was struck and everybody was coming together, we discovered that we had some challenges with our internal email. Our server was located in a building that didn't have power. And we had some real challenges with that. It was rectified in pretty short order by the IT team and under Director Malinchuk's direction. But it was a good example of a critical system that impacted our ability not only to do the emergency response, but also to function internally and discuss with employees how we're going to handle that situation. The intent of business continuity planning is to look at all of your systems and identify those weaknesses and critical failure points, and then put in place either plans or specific efforts to reduce those critical weaknesses.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Through you to Mr. Given. Thank you very much for this. It is, I think, needed and from my perspective, really appreciated that you and staff have done this work and brought it to us. I have just a couple of questions about the policy itself. Firstly, I'd like the idea of the Emergency Advisory Committee approval. I think that committee now is required to approve another planning document that escapes the name of it, the emergency plan, I guess. So it's well suited there. I wonder whether more frequent reviews might be warranted. It is such an important topic that an annual review by that committee might, even though it might be a simple thing each year, at least it remains current all the time. So I wonder whether it could be accelerated rather than the 3 years that is proposed, plus immediately after the other incident. So I leave that open for consideration. And the other thing that would add some comfort to me is under clause 3.1, just to show that we do pay attention as the world unfolds around us. And even though it says not limited to, I would like to see the inclusion of civil unrest. Well, it is a real issue, and I watched with interest the struggle that the city of Ottawa and the town of Coons had dealing with local issues in the face of civil unrest. And I think it's an opportunity to send a message that we're aware that that is a possibility, particularly given the exposure that our community can generate. And so it's a message to others that we're prepared to deal with disruption, however caused, and we include that. So it doesn't broaden the scope because it says not limited to anyone. But I think it helps send a message that I would like to see sent.
I haven't waited much today, but I would just like to say, I really appreciate this policy. I think it's very important, and I'm really pleased to see it here. Councillor Wilson.
If there's nothing more, then I would make a motion that committee recommend council approve the business continuity policy as presented.
Would you consider the amendment in there, Ireland?
Yes, of course. As amended by Mayor.
with amendments proposed by.
I was sleeping, so.
Okay, any debates?
Has this apron got a sense of the motion?
The one that you amended,
I believe that was with the addition of civil unrest and potentially the review, annual review versus every 3 years. Is that my remembering it correctly?
I want to add floods and locusts to that.
Okay, should I wait for Councillor Milne to just go? Okay. All those in favor?
Just kidding, yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Moving on to the motion action list. Gail Giffen.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I'll run through these. There's not a lot of updates on the first page. I'll take council's attention to the second page of the motion action list. I believe some of the work, obviously we had the discussion about Hakone, that's sort of yet to be resolved. And so that one will come off soon. Particular focus has been on hosting the conference and this point. On the third page, we have a number of items that I believe could come off. First, the communities in bloom. Council has adopted the terms of reference for communities in bloom, and so that item I believe is completed. The Hakone delegation, we have that one item could come off. There was a motion today. And if there's any different direction that comes out of council, obviously it would be replaced, but I think that this has been delivered by administration to committee. The free recreation access program, Director Reed informs me that they have launched that program. So the first half of that motion is really complete. Really what's remaining is returning to a future committee of the whole meeting with a draft policy to guide free recreation access. And the resolution for Alberta municipalities with respect to vulnerable residential tenants. I understand that Acorn has managed that and has forwarded it into Alberta municipalities. I'm not sure if we've received a response, but we certainly have had it into them in advance of the deadline. So I think that item is complete as well. So those items that I listed are ones that could be removed from the motion action list.
May I just inquire, Mr. Gibbons, there is a, what page it is? There is a highlight at the top of page 3, is it? Just an error, nothing is crossed out, but it's highlighted.
Yeah, it's a highlight. Sorry, Your Worship. It's a highlight. I think of a reminder that there are some recommendations. We want to make sure that we don't miss anything we put on our list of things to talk about. So I think that that's an internal highlight.
Do we need a motion to give if someone's prepared to make that? Councilor Calvin.
I make a motion that we accept the motion action list with the recommendations.
All in favor? We move on then to councilor upcoming meetings.
Keyword is outgoing.
No sneaking in the past. And anyone, anything to share? Okay, I guess we move on then And then the upcoming events of emergency preparedness, and I believe there were 15 individuals in the community who received grants this year to host our smart events this weekend on Sunday. I know there's a couple in happening in Cabin Creek, and I'm sure there are many others. So residents watch for information coming up about that. The emergency preparedness open house, that's tomorrow evening, 3 to 7. The state municipality address by the mayor tomorrow at 5:30 at Cassio's restaurant. And
On patio.
You're SD.
and we have the Alberta Japan Twin Municipalities Conference potentially this weekend. It's scheduled, well, depending on the wildfires. Upcoming events also, fires Smart Day on Sunday, Seniors Week, coming up in June. And the Chamber of Commerce annual meeting on the 14th. Has anyone got anything to add?
No, and I just wanted to thank you for the time. About the state, I don't know any considerations that we need to our commitments to the twin city relationship this weekend. I have to bow out if I had made any commitments because of a staff change at my work, so I'm unable to make it. I have to be there. Thank you.
Mayor Island.
Not on the list, but upcoming is FCM. And just for my own edification, who will be left in town to manage as all right, a deputy mayor and a past deputy mayor. We're well looked after. Thank you.
Councillor,
Just one more thing as an upcoming event in the community. The Rotary Club is going to be hosting a summit celebration on Saturday, June 3rd, which is a fundraising event at the top of Whistler's Mountain, Whistler, the Tramway. And this is a celebration of Indigenous culture and the environment. It's among the longest days of the year. And we hope to attract a number of individuals from outside our community to join us. Tickets are available in town as well. And posters should be going up around town, as well as there's been notices on Facebook. It's a small event. It's going to be limited to the capacity of the tramway, but it should be a beautiful evening up there and a good opportunity to celebrate all things in the park as it relates to our culture, our Indigenous culture.
if there's no further updates, if there's someone willing to make a motion to adjourn, Councillor Wilson, all in favor? Thank you, everyone. That was a long one. Thank you.